long-term business plan for the site. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
Back to the download. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9. The Johns Hopkins Health Minute. Now on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. It's vaccination season, with many considering getting a COVID vaccine in light of ongoing infections nationwide. Critical care medicine expert Panagis Skaliatsatos at Johns Hopkins, who's also a community medicine advocate, says if you're already under the weather, now is not the time to get a vaccine.
One of the reasons we just ask you all not to go get a vaccine when you're not feeling well is because if you get it and you begin to not feel well more, we can't tell if it's the vaccine that did it. We can't tell if it's just a progression of the infection. So you really want to go get these vaccines when you are feeling great, you are at your healthiest. And that way there's nothing that's muddying the water to interpret what's going on after you got the shot.
Skaliatsatos says he fully expects the new COVID vaccine to be available soon.
Regardless of what's maybe the cacophony of what's going on with others from CDC, et cetera, the timeline for those who are making the vaccines hasn't been interrupted.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
WICC is live and local in the afternoons. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Weekdays from 2 to 6.
Coming up, state Democrats say Bridgeport Democrats are still violating some basic rules. A new survey says there's almost no fun in Connecticut, and the White House might want to send more troops to more U.S. cities.
Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli. Every weekday starting at 2 on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This summer, cruise to Norwalk Sheffield Island and the historic Sheffield Island Lighthouse with the Norwalk Seaport Association. Try the Sunset Cruise Wednesdays to Sundays and enjoy being on the Sound while sipping a glass of wine. Or choose the Sheffield Island Cruise with a tour of the 157-year-old lighthouse. The Seaport's vessel is roomy and comfortable with plenty of space. Make your reservation today at seaport.org. Enjoy all the Sound has to offer. Go to seaport.org. See you on board.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
Now you can find out who's under the helmet and behind the jersey with the Rudin Report Athlete Profile. High school sports are made great by the student athletes who play them. Check out the High School Athlete Profile, sponsored by BMW of Darien at therudinreport.com.
This is WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. New executive action from President Trump looks to hire more park police and prosecutors and end cashless bail to back the National Guard deployment in Washington.
Washington was the most dangerous place in this country, and now, you know what? It's probably the safest place in our country. Everyone's starting to come here.
Tilmar Abrego Garcia's lawyer speaks out as the man who's been an immigration flashpoint is taken into ICE custody.
There was no need for them to take him into ICE detention. He was already on electronic monitoring from the U.S. Marshal Service and basically on house arrest. The only reason that they've chosen to take him into detention is to punish him.
He could be deported to Uganda. 5 journalists were among 20 people killed in twin airstrikes on a hospital in Gaza. Jerusalem reporter Linda Gradstein.
Israel's chief of staff ordered an inquiry into the airstrikes. He said that the army regrets any harm to uninvolved civilians and in no way directs strikes at journalists.
CBS News Brief, I'm Steve Kathan.
You're listening to The Download on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut. Now, another in-depth interview with Paul Pacelli.
Gentlemen, we'll have to have him on. Sacred Heart University political science professor and scholar in residence. I will never be mistaken for a scholar, but Dr. Gary Rose is. Gary, it's Paul. How are you, sir? Good to have you back.
Hey, good to hear from you, Paul. How are you?
Good, Gary. And I wanted to have you on because I saw you were quoted a couple of places this morning about this this poll, which I guess the Aaron Stewart, and she's not really officially declared, but she's still exploring and raising money. I know you were quoted as interpreting this. So what do you make of this, Gary? I'm not really surprised. She's been out there for years. She's raising money. Ryan Fazio, a relatively new guy on the scene, but well-known in some parts of the state. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I mean, Aaron Stewart is already a household name. It doesn't really surprise me, Paul, in the least, that she is so far ahead of everyone else in this poll. People don't even know who Ryan Fazio is yet. He's only been really in this contest for like less than 2 weeks. And so everybody knows who Aaron Stewart is. She's been in the news a lot. She's talked about running for governor, even though she hasn't formally declared yet. People are very familiar with the fact that she's a mayor in New Britain there, and that she is a pretty popular individual among Republicans. And so, it really is no surprise. This is a very early poll. We still have over a year to go. Quite frankly, as I've noted in other interviews, that I do not put a lot of stock in a poll this early. I truly don't. And this massive gap that exists between Fazio and Aaron Stewart can be quickly closed once this campaign really begins in earnest.
And Gary, do you think, and I said this earlier in my opening, I thought maybe you do this now for 2 reasons, because you know that Ryan Fazio will gain momentum, so I think you want to put some sand in the gears there. And as I recall, Gary, she's getting close now to having enough money to get the, whatever it is, $14, $15, $16 million to run from the election thing. So is this kind of like a dive for the goal line on that, you think, maybe?
Yeah, that's true. And Ryan's going to have to do a lot of fundraising in order to qualify for the, Citizens Election Fund. And that in itself presents a hurdle. Yeah, she could obviously have a pretty substantial war chest if she's able to tap into that. Is that something that can be insurmountable? Yes, it can. There are a lot of people out there I know that I've known of who, and at least I've heard, I can't verify it completely, who think Ryan Fazio is a more vibrant and dynamic candidate and would be willing to give money to him. And so, she's definitely raising a lot of money, or raising money right now to qualify. But I think, again, the money part of it, and I know that that's been announced, and I think a lot of that has to do with to try to clear the field.
Yeah.
But I don't put any stock in anything this premature and this early in the campaign.
Yeah, Dr. Gary Rose, the guest from Sacred Heart University in Fairfield, and Gary also in looking at this, it's interesting that this time around, the 2 major candidates, now who knows who may drop in, but the 2 major candidates here, Aaron Stewart and Ryan Fazio, they're not running from their admiration for President Trump. In fact, they've openly kind of embraced it. Is this a way to not upset some of the more conservative folks who may vote in a potential primary here?
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening. And it is interesting, Aaron Stewart for a long time was considered a very moderate Republican, who was able to work across the aisle and get Democratic votes. But now lately, it seems like she is transitioning more towards, being a supporter of Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
And Fazio has been a supporter of Trump all along. And what they're thinking of, I'm sure, is, an August primary in which turnout will be low, but the people who will be there at the polls will be very conservative Republicans. We have to go back to Leora Levy just to demonstrate that. And so I'm sure that's what they're thinking. And, in order to win that Republican primary, you have to be, these days, in Connecticut at least, you have to be a supporter of Donald Trump. You do.
Yeah. One of the other really interesting races, Gary, is this race in the 1st district between, John Larson, 77 years old, multi-term Democrat, and Luke Bronin, a very visible guy, former mayor of Hartford, younger, seemingly more vibrant. And I detect that this may be, Gary, illustrative of what the GOP went through a few years ago. Maybe now, do you think we have that changing of the guard maybe coming up here in a race that a lot of people are surprised Luke Bronin got into?
Yeah, and Luke Bronin has raised a lot of money as well. And so, as the former mayor of Hartford, he has a pretty strong record in that respect as well. And so I would say that we've got a very interesting race going on between those two. And it is true, as you say, this could be a generational change taking place in that district. Although at the same time, I have to say that John Larson has a very, very strong record.
Oh, yeah.
And, he has Pratt & Whitney on his side, very strong union support.
Yeah.
And so, I think we're in for a very fascinating contest going on there.
Gary, I look, everybody I've talked to on the air, like you and other pundits, and even off the air, kind of off the record, they've said, yeah, Ned Lamont's running again. He's just waiting as long as he can to kind of throw any opposition off kilter, off balance. You still think that? Is Governor Lamont going to run again?
Yeah, well, I think that was the reason why Luke decided to run for the 1st district. That's at least what people on the inside are saying, is that
really?
he actually does know that Lamont is probably going to seek a 3rd term. And, he originally had his sights set on running for governor, if you remember. And so I think he knows something that maybe hasn't been publicized yet, and that is that the governor is probably going to seek a 3rd term. And so what he did was then he decided to shift his concern to winning the 1st district. Yeah.
Dr. Gary Rose with us. A couple more minutes here talking about all things political. Gary, the guy in the White House, still is doing what he wants to. He doesn't seem to be deterred. And he's just keeping, and I talk about this all the time on the show, he's got so many things going at one time. His ability, and even I think Chris Matthews said this the other day or somebody, to keep the Democrats to a great extent off balance here and not know how to go back at him. I mean, every day it's really something different with him. Tonight he's going to go out. I don't know whether you saw this, Gary. Trump's going out tonight on the streets of D.C. with some of these patrols.
Wow. No, that one I didn't hear about, but you're right. You're right. It doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me when he was walking around on top of the White House the other day.
And the Secret Service is getting a heartburn over it.
I know. It's amazing. I mean, there is so much energy going on with this president, and I've never seen anything like it. And he has become really the epicenter of the world, practically. And so it's just amazing that he's got so many so many issues that he's working on simultaneously. And quite frankly, I haven't seen a president in my lifetime who is so engaged in so many different issues all at once. It's really remarkable what we're watching here.
Well, finally, Gary, what do you make of him and Putin and is the two, you could argue, most powerful politicians in the world? You think Putin's going to have to get something in the end to even entertaining to stop what he's doing here?
Yeah, I mean that's a really tough one right there. What's going to come down? And I know particularly Zelensky, the three of them meet, how that's going to shake out. But Putin is going to want to keep that territory that he's acquired already. I mean, he's got his sights set on Ukraine. And, that to me is going to be really the toughest part of it, because Putin, I do not believe, is going, even if they have this security guarantee that they're talking about and Article 5-like commitments, whatever that exactly means, Putin is not going to want to, relinquish the eastern part of the state, the country that he's acquired already. So I think that's going to be the toughest part of it. And if in fact that happens, then Trump is not going to look good. It's going to look like he capitulated to Putin, because at that point it's going to look as if, he invaded a country and he's going to keep what he acquired. So how is that really considered to be a win in the area of foreign policy?
Absolutely. Gary, thank you. Dr. Gary Rose, Sacred Heart University political science professor and scholar in residence. Gary, be good. Have a good weekend, and we'll talk down the road. Thank you, sir.
Take care, Paul.
Appreciate it, Dr. Gary Rose. Longtime guest of mine going back, 15, 20 years at least.
WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Weather update.
Partly sunny and warm this afternoon with a high in the mid-80s and a breeze light out of the southwest, shifting northwest. Clear this evening and overnight. Here is 60. Tomorrow is sunny with a high of 80. On Wednesday, sunny and dry with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Now, let's take a look back with Norman. Let's hear what happened today in WICC history.
It's August 25th. On this day in 1958, after years of experimentation, the world's first instant noodles were sold. Ramen noodles. In 2012, Neil Armstrong, the first man to step foot on the moon, passed away.
The Earth is quite beautiful from space and from the moon. It looks quite small and quite remote. It's very blue and covered with white lace, and the continents are clearly seen.
In 1976, Boston released their debut album and became one of the biggest-selling albums of all time. August 25th.
That was today in WICC history. Every day just before 2 on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. WICC 695.9. The Voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is hosting South Korea's president at the White House. He took questions, among them the status of the Ukraine negotiations. Trump insisted again a deal must be reached, and he's prepared to act, if not without being specific.
Yeah, there could be very big consequences, but we'll see what happens. There might be very big consequences because this is something that has to end.
Earlier, he touted the federal efforts to fight crime in the nation's capital and said troops could be deployed to Chicago if needed.
They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help.
Trump has also threatened to expand the U.S. military presence in Baltimore. Kilmar Abrega Garcia is in ICE custody in Baltimore, where he's facing a second attempt by the Trump administration to deport him. There is a blanket court order in place that pauses any immediate effort to do so. Vicki Barker reports.
At a prayer vigil outside the ICE facility earlier.
When immigrant rights are under attack, what do we do?
Kilmar Abrego Garcia's defense team has filed a new legal action challenging his detention and demanding a full court hearing. They fear their client, whom the Trump administration insists is a dangerous criminal, could be sent to Uganda within days. Vicki Barker, CBS News.
Crews in California are fighting to contain a wildfire burning through wine country. CBS's Carter Evans is in Napa.
The good news is the weather is starting to cool down just a little bit. The heat has been a big challenge, and that's what caused this fire to grow so much over the weekend. But today it's cooling down a little bit.
Thousands in Central Oregon have been under evacuation orders because of a wildfire that's already destroyed some homes. The U.S. Coast Guard offloaded more than 38 tons of cocaine and marijuana this morning at Port Everglades.
We are witness to the
largest drug offload in Coast Guard history. A total of 76,140 pounds of illegal narcotics.
They were seized during interdictions in the Eastern Pacific and Caribbean Sea. The president's top economic advisor says the government could take stakes in other companies after doing so with chipmaker Intel. CBS's Kelly O'Grady has reaction to that.
If it works, if it is a win, if we can get semiconductor chips made in the U.S., that is going to be a very good thing that you're going to see bipartisan support for. The more broad question of whether it goes to other industries, I spoke to a few Republican sources that have questioned that they don't necessarily love where that is going.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Jones Industrials off 278 points. The Nasdaq is higher by 36. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
Are you 40 years old in great health and want life insurance coverage with no exam and instant coverage options? Big Lou can do that. Are you 50 to 60 with health issues and still want life insurance coverage with no exam needed? Big Lou can do that. Are you on meds for anxiety, sleep apnea, diabetes, or other health glitches and just want the best rate possible without a lot of hassles? Big Lou can do that. To find the most affordable term life coverage options for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. Big Lou does term life insurance better than anyone else on the radio, and he may be able to get you $1 million to $4 million of term life coverage with no exam. For the best term life insurance deals in America, call Big Lou at 800-230-2777. 800-230-2777. Remember, Big Lou is like you. Once a week, he can do that too. Call 800-230-2777 or visit biglou.com.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A state panel says that the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee is still in violation of party rules. The dispute resolution panel of the Democratic State Central Committee stated that many of the issues at the hearing were the same as the issues that were issues at last year's hearing. The panel released a preliminary report Thursday that found the town committee is continuing to violate state party requirements by not posting meeting notices and agendas online, not updating its Facebook page since 2022, not convening a minimum of 4 times annually, and need to reschedule a redo of a meeting held in May to appoint a treasurer who is not a resident of Bridgeport. Democratic Town Committee Chairman Mario Testa had said at the May meeting that, quote, operating a website is not cheap, and said that critics could file a new complaint with state Democrats. The Office of the State Inspector General has ruled that a Bridgeport police officer was justified in the shooting of a man that charged at him while wielding 2 knives last May. Inspector General Elliot Prescott wrote in his report that then 28-year-old Officer Israel Colon responded to a report of a man acting erratically on Birdseye Street on May 16, 2024. When he got out of his cruiser, Colon tried talking to the man, then 49-year-old Dale Stevenson, but Stevenson began sprinting at the officer while holding 2 knives over his head. After warning Stevenson many times to stop, Colon drew his weapon and fired, hitting Stevenson in the arm and leg, and later recovered from his injuries. Prescott concluded his report by saying there is, quote, there is simply no doubt that this was a legally justified shooting. Connecticut officials are planning to fight President Trump's decision to halt the Revolution Wind project. The $1.5 billion project off the Rhode Island coast was approved under the Biden administration, and construction is 80% complete. An outraged Senator Richard Blumenthal says he will fight hard to save this project, which is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says the decision contradicts everything the Trump administration has told him about Revolution Wind. And Niche.com released its annual ranking of the best U.S. colleges and universities for 2026, with a Connecticut school ranking number 2 overall. Yale University came in at number 2, trailing behind another New England school, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Nish also ranked Yale at the top of American colleges in the following categories: Best Professors, Best for Art, Best for Religious Studies, and Best for Film and Photography. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction between exits 3 and 2. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work. Exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike. That's in the left lane. Further northbound, you have it from new exit 30 going up to exit 36 in Stratford. And on the southbound side of the Parkway, road work exit 20 down to exit 17A and B in Norwalk. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it northbound from exit 46 going up to new exit 50. And on the southbound side from exit 58A going down to exit 53 in North Haven. 91 southbound road work exits 10 through 8. Left lane is out. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliasson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give: peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, so I'm going to start the show today. I'm going to read a list of days and times, and I'll tell you what those days and times mean in just a moment, and you'll get the idea here. Friday at 10:55 p.m. Friday at 11:51 p.m. This is Friday last. Now, while you and I were enjoying the weekend on Saturday at 12:15 a.m., 1 a.m., 2:45 a.m., 5:19 a.m., 7:13 a.m., 9:12 a.m., 12:50 p.m., 7:54 p.m., 7:59 p.m., 10:59 p.m., and 11:16 p.m. Now we segue into Sunday. Many of you may have had a nice Sunday yesterday with the weather and all. Sunday at 12:25 a.m. in the morning, 1:42 a.m., 1:46 a.m., 2:59 a.m., 1:17 p.m., 4:43 p.m., 6:30 p.m., 9:12 p.m., 9:42 p.m., 10:23 p.m., 11:48 p.m., and 11:58 p.m. And hey, just for you-know-whats and giggles, let's throw in a couple of timestamps from this morning after the stroke of midnight local time, 12:15 a.m. and 3:20 a.m. What do those timestamps all have in common? You know what they are? The times that people were shot in the city of Chicago, which, of course, happens every weekend. All you have to do, I'm continuing a discussion we had last week. What did I tell you? What did I tell you was your homework assignment for this morning before we met together this afternoon? Go to your web browser on your phone or on your PC or whatever, or your Mac, for you creative types, and type in something like shootings this past weekend in Chicago. And there you go. From our parent network here, CBS News, 6 dead, 27 hurt in Chicago weekend shootings, 33 shootings in Chicago, and yet their incompetent mayor, Brandon Johnson, and yes, he is the most incompetent mayor in the country. Even his own people who voted for him can't stand him. Even that, Trump wants a war on the poor, we're calling it. That's the new... that's the new focus group tested thing, war on the poor. Now, again, is a lot of this notion here of sending a new National Guard unit in, to help cities here, is a lot of this to stroke Trump's ego? Well, of course it is. You don't think people know this 80-year-old guy right now? Nobody has to peel back the onions here to find out, layers of the onion rather, to find out what Trump is here. But can you imagine if Barack Obama let's spin the table around here. Let's do a 180. Can you imagine if Barack Obama, now I know what you're going to say, well, he wouldn't do this because of his feelings about the government, law enforcement. Okay, fine, whatever. But let's just do playtime here, okay? How about just a little bit of playtime? Imagine if Barack Obama was in the White House, Democrat, and he was looking at some red cities, or blue cities for that matter. Let's say blue cities. And let's say that Barack Obama said to the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, hey, Mayor Incompetent. No, I'm just kidding. To Brandon Johnson, said, hey, Mayor, or to Mayor Eric Adams of New York City, or to Mayor Michelle Wu of Boston, hey, I don't like the numbers I'm seeing there of African-American people by and large, Hispanic people by and large, getting shot and wounded. I'm going to send in a couple of hundred National Guard people. I want them to, ride along with your police there, be an extra set of eyes, maybe do clerical work too, processing work to get more cops in the field. Now, what do you think Michelle Wu would say? What do you think Eric Adams would say? What do you think Brandon Johnson would say? You know damn well they may have some misgivings about it, but they're going to say, okay. Why? Well, because Barack Obama was a minority, black father, and he was a Democrat. So come on, is there any doubt here as to why a lot of these mayors are pushing back on the Trump push here to get some extra eyes and ears on the ground in these cities? And again, I asked it last week, and I'll ask it again this week. Why aren't we going here by the old, tried and true progressive mantra of, well, if it saves one person, oh my God, you gun owners, you're such Neanderthals. You already have 17 guns. If this saves one person, isn't it worth it? Well, if these Guard troops or DEA people or whomever or whatever's on the ground, if that saves one person in Chicago from getting shot or killed, if it were to save one person in maybe the city of Baltimore from getting shot or killed, what's wrong with that? Or is this all based on skin color? I mean, should we just cut to the chase here? Call it what it is. Is this all on party affiliation and skin color? Because you know damn well if a Democrat asked minority mayors of certain cities to do this, you know damn well they'd say no. They may bite their lip, but they would do it. They would do it for their party. I get it. I understand that. So please explain to me what's the logic here, the actual logic. Stop with the politics, but what is the actual logic here? Now, you want to have constitutional issues about this? Yes. But if it's, and by the way, look at the arrest numbers and stuff in D.C. that have dropped somewhat, bigger in some categories, not as big in other categories in D.C. since the National Guard got on the scene there, right? But yet you had, and again, something's wrong with these crowds. I saw them again over the weekend. Not a black or Hispanic person in sight. As far as I saw on the video of some of these things in D.C., it's all white, young, good-looking. Oh, police, get out of D.C. I don't know. There's something going on here. But I don't get this. You tell me 6 people were killed, 27 others hurt in Chicago from weekend shootings. Should President Trump send in federal forces? Abso-freaking-lutely he should, and he should do it to other cities. Why are Democratic governors, why are Democratic mayors okay with this level of violence? Can somebody explain that to me? Well, Trump only wants it for his ego. I don't care why he wants it. If it saves lives, what the hell is the problem? Oh, I know it may show that one party is softer on crime. Well, they are. They are. All this no cash bail stuff, we'll get to that later. And how about this illegal, this truck driver in California, an illegal got a CDL license and allegedly killed 3 people. How's that working out? But remember, it's all Trump's the problem. And I understand there are things not to like about him. I get it. But my God, when is the once great Democratic Party going to emerge from their psychosis and understand how stupid they look? 6 people killed, 27 others hurt in Chicago from weekend shootings. Should the White House send in federal forces? Abso-freaking-lutely.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 600 and 95.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Connecticut is a state full of natural beauty. Why not enjoy it from a boat? Get your official Connecticut Boater's Certificate with Connecticut Boating Certificates virtual classes. Connecticut Boating Certificates is offering live online classes on Saturdays as a one-day class or 2 evening classes during the week. Online registration takes about 2 minutes. Visit ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com and take advantage of these limited live online classes today. That's ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Friday, August 29th, James Taylor at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 30th, Extreme on the Mohegan Sun Patio. Tuesday, September 2nd, UB40 at Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, September 6th, it's the Outlaw Music Festival featuring Sheryl Crow at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, September 9th, see Haim at Westville Music Bowl. Thursday, September 11th, 10cc at District Music Hall. Friday, September 12th, Sheena Easton plays the Kate in Old Saybrook. Sunday, September 14th, Lindsey Sterling visits the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Tuesday, September 16th, Melissa Etheridge and Indigo Girls take over the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. And Friday, September 19th, Conan Gray is at Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction between exits 3 and 2. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work. Exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike. That's in the left lane. Further northbound, you have it from new exit 30 going up to exit 36 in Stratford. And on the southbound side of the Parkway, road work exit 20 down to exit 17A and B in Norwalk. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it northbound from exit 46 going up to new exit 50. And on the southbound side from exit 58A going down to exit 53 in North Haven. 91 southbound road work exits 10 through 8. Left lane is out. Traffic report powered by the Fairfield Law Office of Elierson and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. Peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. I'm Natch Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Paul wants to hear from you. Call 203-333-9422. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
According to some news outlets I looked at from the Chicago market, around about 254 people have been shot and killed in Chicago this year. 254 in one of the nation's biggest and most beautiful and most visitable cities. I've been there. I think my son's got a show to do there in a couple of weeks. So Chicago's a nice city, but 254 shootings in Chicago this year. Now, can you imagine, God forbid, and I'm only putting this out there for, a discussion here, a comparison. Can you imagine if we had 100 or 200, people killed on an airliner, on a big airliner? Say somebody stood up in the middle of an airliner and somehow they were able to get a gun past the TSA, past security, past the magnetometers, past the x-rays, and they opened up and killed everybody on a plane on the tarmac. Maybe in one of the bigger planes, that would be 250, 300 people. Oh, my God. And with good reason. It would be the lead story everywhere. And Dick Blumenthal and Chris Murphy and Johanna Hayes and Jim Himes and Rosa DeLauro and John Larson and Joe Courtney, they'd be, the guns, we got to get rid of the guns. Yeah, but look what happened, 254 people in Chicago killed this year. Has anybody said anything? No, because they accept it. And look, I know there are limitations to local law enforcement, but I got to tell you something, whether you love or hate the guy, one thing Trump is showing incredibly in this run of saying he wants to crack down on violence, whether he's honestly for it or not, whether he thinks it strokes his ego or not, he is backing the Democratic Party into a corner like I never thought anyone could on crime. He's got Democratic leaders across the country now afraid that he may send in some National Guard people to help stop crime. When did the modern-day Democratic Party turn into the nutcase house they are? Seriously, when did that happen? Well, what are they supposed to do, Paul? Very easy. Say, Mr. President, we think we can handle it here, but if, sir, you would like to give us some extra help for a limited amount of time, we would gladly accept that, and we'd love to work with the White House, perhaps, on getting more federal funding in here so we could hire more of our own officers. See, fixed it for you right there. Both sides are happy. But that's not going to happen. Because the once great Democratic Party is run by nutcases. They're run by leftist nut jobs there who can't handle what's happening here. And right now you have a guy in the Oval Office who many of them think is crazy, and he's nuts. He's crazy like a fox. And he is backing you people into a corner of being complacent about crime. He is. He's saying, here, let me send in a couple of hundred guard here and there. They can walk with the cops. They can help with ancillary stuff. The guard cannot make arrests. Do you understand that? And he knows this. But they do help in some areas, restraining suspects, keeping an eye out, whatever. But he has got the left of this country so flummoxed, they have no idea what to do. They're actually coming out in favor of crime, essentially. Instead of saying, thank you, Mr. President, as they would have with Barack Hussein Obama. Yes, they would have. As they would have with Bill Clinton, if he did this. They ain't going to do it with Trump. What did I tell you last week? The Trump triad. Immigration and the border, crime, and social consciousness issues. There it is. Again and again. He now has the city of Chicago where this past weekend you had several dozen people shot, some killed, saying, no, we don't need the help. And what's Brandon Johnson saying? He's declaring war on poor people. Oh, my God. This guy makes Lori Lightfoot look like Ronald Reagan. Oh, my God. 6 people killed, 27 others hurt in Chicago from shootings on the weekend should President Trump send in more federal forces to the Windy City. Maybe get this thing shut down. Here's how sad it is in Chicago. There was a headline around the first of the year. I saw this. And it reads something to the effect of city leaders point to progress. There were fewer than 600 murders in 2024 for the first time since 2019. They're turning cartwheels because fewer than 600 people were shot in Chicago. But again, keep telling yourself Trump's the fault.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound construction between exits 3 and 2. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work. Exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike. That's in the left lane. Further northbound, you have it from new exit 30 going up to exit 36 in Stratford. And on the southbound side of the Parkway, road work exit 20 down to exit 17A and B in Norwalk. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it northbound from exit 46 going up to new exit 50. And on the southbound side from exit 58A going down to exit 53 in North Haven. 91 southbound road work exits 10 through 8. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text ALL to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text ALL to 321-321. That's ALL to 321-321.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump says the U.S. military might deploy to Chicago and is ready to go on short notice to crack down on crime.
Chicago, everybody knows how bad it is. Everybody standing there knows. We know. You don't have to be doing any studies. They should be saying, please come in.
There is a blanket court order that automatically pauses any effort now to remove Kilmar Abrega Garcia, but the Trump administration isn't giving up. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
He will no longer terrorize our country. He's currently charged with human smuggling, including children. The guy needs to be in prison.
Garcia was detained by immigration authorities in Baltimore. He could now be deported a second time. With the 20th anniversary of Hurricane Katrina approaching, nearly 200 current and former FEMA employees have published a letter expressing their concerns over cuts to the agency. On Wall Street, stocks are mixed. The Dow is down 250 points. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Back to school for many Connecticut school districts today. Many districts are enacting new policies this year, including storage of electronic devices such as cell phones. Yonder pouches will be used to store cell phones in districts including Wilton, Darien, and New Haven. Some school districts are still facing teacher shortages. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Waterbury Superintendent Darren Schwartz said that while the number of vacancies is down from last year, there are still some positions open.
We've actually cut the shortage of teachers from last year to this year in about half. And so we still have about 60 classroom vacancies we're still looking to fill. Last year at this time, we were up near 120. And so we're improving in that area. But if anybody is interested in coming to the Waterbury Public Schools, I think one of the best public school systems in New England, go to our website and apply.
Many districts say they are also embracing the use of AI throughout the school day. Vandals have again targeted vehicles parked at the Cherry Street Lofts in Bridgeport. Police are investigating after multiple vehicles were broken into and burglarized over the weekend. Most of the residents of the 158-unit housing complex park either on the street or in an unsecured lot. There have been multiple vehicle break-ins at the location, and police say the complex needs more secure parking. The developer says police need to conduct more patrols in the area. A male victim has injuries after a shooting in Danbury. Police say the incident was reported at around 6:30 Saturday night on Lake Avenue, with the person suffering a gunshot wound to the neck. Police gathered information about a suspect and located the person, who was arrested after a pursuit that ended with a crash on Interstate 84. Police have not identified the suspect or the victim, saying the investigation is ongoing. A 19-year-old Danbury woman has died and 4 others are injured after a single vehicle crash on Route 34 in Newtown. Police say the crash happened after 4 a.m. yesterday as a Ford Mustang GT carrying 5 people left the road and struck a tree at a high rate of speed. Police say the driver failed to negotiate a curve and went off the side of Route 34 near Zora Road. Rear seat passenger Mary Cordero died at the scene. 2 of the surviving victims have critical injuries. Federal immigration enforcement agents arrested 7 workers at a car wash in Newington. Town officials confirmed that the arrests happened Saturday morning at the Optimo car wash on Main Street. Newington police say that they were not involved with the ICE arrests and that the department was only notified afterwards as a courtesy. The car wash is in Democratic Congressman John Larson's district, and he condemns the arrests as, quote, government thuggery. This comes after ICE raids last week in various communities in what they called, quote, Operation Broken Trust. After that took place, Stamford Democratic State Representative Corey Paris posted on social media asking his followers to share any information about ICE operations with local advocacy organizations, which resulted in death threats against him. In a conversation last week with WTNH-TV News 8, Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding condemned threats of violence against Paris.
Regardless of what occurred or what was said by Representative Paris, nothing warrants the threats he's been receiving. It is wrong. It is terrible. It is disgusting. It is the worst of our politics, and it needs to stop.
Democratic State Representative Eleni Kavros DeGraw of Avon told Channel 8 that she will continue to back the state of Connecticut's legislation limiting state cooperation with ICE.
The federal government can choose to do what they want to do, but me and mine, we will be standing for the people of Connecticut, regardless of their immigration status, regardless of their race, their religion, their creed.
A Connecticut city has filed a lawsuit against drug manufacturers and prescription benefit managers over the high cost of insulin. The city of Torrington's lawsuit accuses the involved companies of artificially inflating the price of insulin. It names drug makers Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi as defendants, along with benefit managers CVS, Caremark, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx. The lawsuit alleges that the defendants have engaged in an unfair and deceptive scheme that has driven up the cost of the life-saving diabetes drug. A food hall is planned for the Arcade Mall space in Bridgeport. Officials with the city's downtown special services district say the food hall will feature local vendors. The idea was developed because of the success of the neighborhood farmers market at McLeavey Green. The current proposal is for a series of pop-up events that will allow for the development of a long-term business plan for the site. And the Fairfield national team came up a game short in their quest to win the Little League World Series. Fairfield lost to Las Vegas on Saturday in the U.S. Championship game, ending its run for the title. Fairfield did win the consolation game yesterday, defeating Aruba to end the tournament in third place overall. The team will be honored by the town of Fairfield with a parade this afternoon at 5:30 down the Post Road to recognize their achievement. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction between exits 3 and 2. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work. Exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike. That's in the left lane. Further northbound, you have it from new exit 30 going up to exit 36 in Stratford. And on the southbound side of the Parkway, road work exit 20 down to exit 17A and B in Norwalk. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it northbound from exit 46 going up to new exit 50. And on the southbound side from exit 58A going down to exit 53 in North Haven. 91 southbound roadwork exits 10 through 8. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Bridgeport is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
And no surprise, our Facebook question of the day, as usual, has hit a nerve with people. If you want to chime in, you can. Facebook.com/voice of CT. Pretty simple. 6 people killed, 27 others hurt in Chicago from weekend shootings. Should the White House and President Trump send in federal forces to help Chicago, to help these other cities? All these cities are saying, yeah, well, we have violence, but it's on the way down. Okay. So you go and tell Mayor so-and-so, sir or ma'am, you go, if in fact your numbers are on the way down, but somebody's boy or girl or kid gets shot and killed, go to the mother and say, yeah, we know your son or daughter got shot and killed, but, our numbers are on the way down. Let's roll out the numbers again, Maud. We're trending down. Nobody wants to hear that. Again, I'm reading in this story about Chicago, the incompetent Mayor Brandon Johnson saying, well, we're violence prevention, violence reduction. Okay, that's good. There are still dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of people getting shot every weekend in a great American city, and it happens in a lot of cities. Baltimore, Oakland, those other cities. So maybe the problem isn't just the White House or Mr. Trump. Maybe the problem is lawlessness in those cities. You ever think of that? Maybe the problem is a subculture in those cities who think it's at the drop of a hat, it's okay to end somebody's life. But Donald Trump is the problem. Oh, I see. That's how it works now. Mind-numbing. This is one of those weekends, and there's 2 or 3 other stories I'll get to from the weekend. This is one of those weekends where you look and you say to yourself, am I in an alternate universe here? And again, I'm seeing the protests in D.C. Oh, my God, we want the troops out of D.C. Not to mention that it's been, there's still violence out there in D.C. and plenty of it. But the numbers across the board are down over the past couple of weeks. Why do you think that is? But I guess people would rather deal with the violence. They'd rather have more carjackings. They'd rather have more people getting mugged. They'd rather have more sexual assaults. In fact, I think, what did I see? D.C. just had its first murder-free week in a couple of years or something like that. In a long time. Why do you think that might have happened? Just wondering. Why do you think that might have happened? Maybe. Well, I think we all might know why that might have happened. But again, you have these people holding up their little signs on the weekend. And if you want to protest, go right ahead. I can't stop you from looking like fools. I can't. And I love people who say, well, I feel so safe in Washington at night. Yeah, it's probably because you're in a safe neighborhood. Again, scenario here where you notice how the networks don't really go and talk to black or Hispanic people in the networks at a lot of the neighborhoods that the networks never mention the crime is in? Man, oh man, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I gave you the assignment. I did it myself today. I will never assign you something that I won't do myself. So I got here. I settled in the studio. Little late today because I had the contractor drop over the Casa de Pauli. Did a little work. Very nice. It all got done. We're good. Check is written. Ouch. And there you go. So I said, here, let me type in the address bar in my web browser. Shootings this past weekend in Chicago. Look at that. 6 people killed, including a 5-year-old. What kind of reprobate shoots a 5-year-old? Seriously. What kind of neighborhood does that happen in? Rhetorical question. You don't have to answer. 27 others hurt in Chicago from weekend shootings. But the incompetent mayor, Brandon Johnson in Chicago, he's there going, yeah, we got this. We got this. Don't worry about our numbers. Oh, tell them, what were the numbers, boss? They're coming down. Those numbers are coming down. Yeah, but my son was just shot and killed. Yeah, but don't worry, lady. The numbers are coming down. Man, Trump, he plays with these people like it was a bluefish on a fishing rod from this past weekend. Honestly. Unreal. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And by the way, are you in favor of this new National Guard unit? How about this? See, Trump doesn't care. Sometimes it's maddening. Sometimes you wish you wouldn't do stuff. But how about this? Trump signs executive order for a specialized National Guard public order unit. Oh, my God. Here it comes. Here it comes. You know what we're going to hear tonight in the news? Well, you know who also had public order? Who? Hitler. I'm telling you it's coming. I'm warning you right now. The public order National Guard unit. You know what that is? No. What's that? Stormtroopers. I'm telling you. I'm warning you right now. You'll thank me tomorrow. You'll say, hey, I was all set, Paulie, because of you for the Adolf Hitler references.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect moderate to high UV levels with a max UV index ranging from 5 to 7. Air quality will be poor with an AQI in the 50s and 60s, and expect good conditions for the beach or pool. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free, so it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABCRadio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABCRadio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound construction between exits 3 and 2. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work. Exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike. That's in the left lane. Further northbound, you have it from new exit 30 going up to exit 36 in Stratford. And on the southbound side of the Parkway, road work exit 20 down to exit 17A and B in Norwalk. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it northbound from exit 46 going up to new exit 50. And on the southbound side from exit 58A going down to exit 53 in North Haven. 91 southbound roadwork exits 10 through 8. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Crazy ideas, madness, opinions, ranting, and or raving. Phones are open. 203-333-9422. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli, the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
I don't think that what I'm saying right now qualifies as a rant or a rave. I don't. I just think it's common sense. I do think it's a little hypocritical, though. There's some hypocrisy going here, right? I mean, don't you think? I do. You have one side of the country saying, hey, you know, do this on abortion, do this on guns, and if the gun regulations or if the gun regulations save a child from an accidental shooting, or if the abortion regulations save a young mother from dying during childbirth, it's all worth it, right? Yeah, well, yeah, maybe. Why don't they ever say that with law enforcement? Why don't they ever say, because they don't. It's like, well, you know, we don't want to. Here's another one I'm getting too over the way. Over-policing. Really? Is that like being a little pregnant? Minor groin surgery. Over-policing. There's no minor groin surgery. Anything sharp near my groin, thank you, is major. You either police stuff or you don't police stuff. You either ensure the domestic tranquility or safety of people of all economic strata, from, you know, newspaper vendors to Fortune 500 CEOs, or you don't. You don't. So please spare me all these mayors saying, well, no, you know, we don't want federal help. Why? Because you're doing such a bang-up job. I know the numbers. Give them the numbers, baby. Yeah, our crime is down from just pure hell to something like hell. There's still a little hellishness in there. I know I'm being facetious, but you know what I mean. And even some of the Democratic bigwigs in Washington have been telling their people, stop saying that. Stop saying it's getting better, even if it is. Because nobody who gets hit over the head, who gets mugged, who gets carjacked, who gets raped, who gets sexually assaulted, nobody wants to hear how better things are getting. Like those people, and we'll talk about this in Bridgeport at those Cherry Street lofts in Bridgeport, getting their cars and vehicles broken into again. Yeah, well, maybe it's not as many as last time. Hey, it's getting better. Hey, honey, yes, they said it's getting better. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's getting better. And you wonder why Trump would... You know what? If he did run a fourth time, he'd probably win again because of this idiocy. And this is the whole thing. You want to beat Trump, you can't understand how he's still in the White House. It's stuff like this. He's setting you up. And instead of calling the bluff and saying, all right, Mr. President, we'll go along with this if you reciprocate and give us this, they can't. They can, even though they have some of the elders in their party saying, hey, he's playing you like a fiddle. Like a fine Stradivarius, he's playing you. They can't take it. Even here in Connecticut, oh, the state's going to crumble because of Trump. No, it's not. Relax. Freaking relax. Bob in Trumbull's here. Bob, how are you, sir?
Oh, I don't know, Reverend Paul.
Yeah.
It's a scary sermon.
Yeah.
But anyway, wasn't Barack Obama the community organizer in Chicago?
Believe he was, yes.
Wasn't that must have been a good thing because he organized lousy shots. It's only 6 out of the 39 were killed.
Well, I don't think we want to start debating the efficacy of people being killed now, Bob, do we?
No, but I think that these mayors want the violence and whatever, because I think the black and Hispanic increased the votes for Trump in the last election, and they want those people to get shot to make room for the illegals that'll vote for the communist Democrats with their mail-in votes.
Bob, I think I would categorize what you just told me as verbal twister, tortured logic, my friend. But I'll give it to you. I'll let you say
But it's logic. Come on, Reverend.
Okay, Bob.
The rest of the congregation has to start thinking.
And that'll be enough for today. Thank you so much. Oh, man. But that's my point. Do you think if Barack Obama was still in the White House, or for that matter, Kamala Harris, and either President Harris or President Obama got a hold of the mayor of Chicago or the mayor of Baltimore or the mayor of Oakland and said, hey, there's too much going on here. I'm going to send in, you're going to get, 200 of your local National Guards men and women, and you're going to put them in visible roles out there. Don't let them go nuts. They're not going to carry guns. They're not going to carry a firearm. But we have to at least try to tamp this down. Do you think those mayors would say no? Of course they wouldn't, and they shouldn't. That's the whole point. But there is such a large chunk, a large throbbing mass of again, really, and I hate to use it as much as I do because I think it's basically tongue-in-cheek, but there is some truth to the theory of Trump derangement syndrome, where there's such a deep and abiding hatred for this guy, which is fine. I get it. I understand it. But did you ever think of calling his bluff? Because maybe it would be good for everyone who lives in your city. And I know what you're going to say. Well, 400, 500, 600 killings in a city of, 5, 6, 7 million people, a metro area. Well, if you look at the numbers, and again with the numbers, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. A little more on what was announced today, and apparently it is legal here as to what they're saying. The White House signing an executive order for a specialized public order National Guard unit. You know who also wanted public order? Hitler. Under the federal crackdown in the nation's capital, the president is molding the district to match his vision of a made-over Washington, D.C. So he is now calling for this new emergency, it's the additional measures to address the crime emergency in D.C. And the Defense Department, Pete Hegseth, will immediately create and start training, manning, hiring, and equipping this special unit, which I guess could go all over the country, be activated under Title 32. Title 32 says the National Guard is still controlled by state officials, but being paid by the feds. And that exempts them from the Posse Comitatus Act. There you go. And the ironic part of this, all the guards, men and women, are likely going to come from, wait for it, red states. The blue state guard, they're not helping in any of these situations. But we shall see how that evolves. Traffic and weather together on the 6s right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound construction between exits 3 and 2. Right lane is out. Parkway northbound road work. Exit 21 going up to Black Rock Turnpike. That's in the left lane. Further northbound, you have it from new exit 30 going up to exit 36 in Stratford. And on the southbound side of the Parkway, road work exit 20 down to exit 17A and B in Norwalk. And on the Wilbur Cross, you have it northbound from exit 46 going up to new exit 50. And on the southbound side from exit 58A going down to exit 53 in North Haven. 91 southbound roadwork exits 10 through 8. Left lane is out. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
The number one fear when it comes to planning for retirement is running out of money. So you take that, and then, of course, that 42% of baby boomers that don't know how much money they have in their nest egg, well, that also means they don't know if they have enough. Think about it. Do you? Find out by listening to Mastering Your Wealth. Join host David Gagnon of First Financial Planners every Saturday morning at 8, right here on WICC 600. And, of course, for more details, you can always visit online at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
Hello, my name is Bob Cento, and I would like to rent you office space. The reason we've done so well is that we put our tenants in front of everything else we do. Your growth is my growth. Your success is my success. And I would love to show you some beautiful properties if you should need space. Thank you.
Start online, SCINTO.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Our buddy, our pal Andrew Fowler, going to be up later on at the 5 o'clock hour from the Yankee Institute. Andrew has a pretty funny tongue-in-cheek piece out there. Again, we talk about the people at Wallet Hub and their, financial side, and they take a look at a lot of things state by state. Connecticut ranks here, there, and everywhere in all these categories. One thing they did a fun ranking, F-U-N, yes, as in the opposite of not fun, as in what to do for fun around Connecticut, coupled with how much things cost. Well, guess what? I don't know if you'd find this tough to believe or not. Connecticut ranks pretty low on the fun level. So we'll talk to about that. Our buddy Aaron Navarro coming up at the White House in a few minutes to update us on this Trump thing. Maybe, hey, how about getting some Connecticut cities in with those National Guard? Can you imagine that? Oh, my God. Can you imagine? Rebooting back to the 60s and 70s during the Black Panther trials in New Haven when I believe the National Guard was out for real in New Haven. Can you imagine if you had guard troops walking across the Yale campus? Oh, my God. Or the Yukon campus? How about that? Bring the Guard to Connecticut. No, look, our police departments here, in particular New Haven and Bridgeport, they're doing a pretty good job. I mean, the numbers do so. So listen, you can look at numbers and judge by them, but just because the number's going down a certain way or up a certain way, don't adjust your argument on things like that. If it's good, tell people it's good. If it's not, and you have to get it better, tell them that.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Israeli airstrikes hit a hospital in southern Gaza twice today. Journalists had rushed to the facility after the first strike. 5 became victims in the second. President Trump said today he was unaware of the incident.
Within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have pretty good conclusive ending. And it's a hard thing to say because they've been fighting for thousands of years, if you want to know. That's been a hotbed forever.
The BBC's Lucy Williamson.
Israel has confirmed that it is investigating a strike in the area of Nasser Hospital. It says it's going to carry out an initial inquiry. It said it regrets any harm to uninvolved individuals and does not target journalists.
5 were killed. President Trump touted his anti-crime efforts in Washington, D.C. and said troops could be deployed to Chicago next.
We may wait. We may or may not. We may just go in and do it, which is probably what we should do.
Trump signed 2 executive orders today, as Stacey Lynn reports.
The first order would eliminate cashless bail by threatening to revoke federal funding for jurisdictions across the country with lax bail policies.
They kill people and they get out. Cashless bail.
The second executive order cracks down on flag burning, mandating prosecution for those who do.
All over the country, they're burning flags.
It will also direct the Attorney General to refer flag desecration cases that violate state and local laws to appropriate local authorities.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is in ICE custody, awaiting word on whether he'll be deported again, this time possibly to Uganda. He was released from custody Friday, only to be detained again this morning in Baltimore. His attorney, Sandoval Moshenberg.
There was no need for them to take him into ICE detention. He was already on electronic monitoring from the U.S. Marshal Service and basically on house arrest. The only reason that they've chosen to take him into detention is to punish him.
He's been moved to a detention center in Virginia, and his lawyers are worried he could be moved again to another center even further away from Maryland. A wildfire in central Oregon has forced thousands to evacuate. Some homes have already been lost. Meteorologist Jessica Birch on the hot conditions in the region.
The Pacific Northwest is dangerous heat lasts today, tomorrow, and lingering all the way into our Wednesday forecast, too. Daytime highs today jumped to the triple digits in places like Medford, all the way over into Oregon. We're also gearing up for triple-digit temperatures today, all the way down into Phoenix, Arizona. This heat is impacting 10 million people.
Checking the numbers on Wall Street at this hour, the Dow Jones down 293 points. The NASDAQ is higher by 14. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
Let me tell you about this new Pretzel Cheddar Club. Hey, I'm Carlos.
And I'm Ebony. And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club
is the tangy Dijon with the pretzel bun. It takes it to a whole nother level.
It goes perfectly with the chicken and the cheddar cheese and the bacon.
Man, you know how much you love bacon. And I love the different varieties. Grilled, spicy, original. It gets you nice and excited for fall.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with Cherry Berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Hey, Connecticut City has filed a lawsuit against drug manufacturers and prescription benefit managers over the high cost of insulin. The city of Torrington's lawsuit accuses the involved companies of artificially inflating the price of insulin. It names drug makers Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi as defendants, along with benefit managers CVS, Caremark, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx. The lawsuit alleges that the defendants have engaged in an unfair and deceptive scheme that has driven up the cost of the life-saving diabetes drug. A 19-year-old Danbury woman has died and 4 others are injured after a single-vehicle crash on Route 34 in Newtown. Police say the crash happened after 4 a.m. yesterday as a Ford Mustang GT carrying 5 people left the road and struck a tree at a high rate of speed. Police say the driver failed to negotiate a curve and went off the side of Route 34 near Zor Road. Rear seat passenger Mary Cordero died at the scene. 2 of the surviving victims have critical injuries. A male victim has injuries after a shooting in Danbury. Police say the incident was reported at around 6:30 Saturday night on Lake Avenue, with the person suffering a gunshot wound to the neck. Police gathered information about a suspect and located the person, who was arrested after a pursuit that ended with a crash on Interstate 84. Police have not identified the suspect or the victim, saying the investigation is ongoing. Connecticut officials are pledging to fight President Trump's decision to halt the Revolution Wind project. The $1.5 billion project off the Rhode Island coast was approved under the Biden administration, and construction is 80% complete. An outraged Senator Richard Blumenthal says he will fight hard to save this project, which is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says the decision contradicts everything the Trump administration has told him about Revolution Wind. And a food hall is planned for the Arcade Mall space in Bridgeport. Officials with the city's downtown special services district say the food hall will feature local vendors. The idea was developed because of the success of the neighborhood farmers market at McLeavy Green. The current proposal is for a series of pop-up events that will allow for the development of a long-term business plan for the site. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid hour, Stamford to Bridgeport. The lower Merritt will save you maybe a few minutes, but it isn't great. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Longhorn into West Haven. Also have residual delays going through Madison and Guilford from an earlier problem that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross northbound side, residual delays going through Woodbridge from earlier issues as well. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A little sage advice from WA. If you're an illegal, you probably shouldn't work at a car wash. Isn't this the second or third time that we've heard of somebody undocumented working at a car wash, getting nabbed by ICE? See this story? And Chris has had it in the news here, this version out of the Hartford Courant, written by Sean Krofsick. Word began spreading on social media that ICE had detained 7 people at a car wash on Main Street in Newington. Well, all right then, don't work at car washes anymore if you're illegal. Yeah, but Paul, real Americans or citizens won't work. No, yes, they will if you pay them enough. They will. See, here's the thing I've always said about this, and I'm stand behind this now. And I don't know, the owners of this car wash, are they going to get pinched by the state or by the feds? See, this is a two-way street here. And the people who knowingly hire illegals need to be fined or shut down. See, this is where I do agree with a lot of progressives and liberals on this. The notion that a lot of these businesses just get away with it. You find this at some, I don't want to say all, but in the past I remember doing stories on the news side of, 2 or 3 people who knowingly hire illegals at certain coffee chains, and they have to pay a fine, and the chain has to shut that location for a couple of days, whatever, and they're back in business again. See, this is where I agree that if you're going to knowingly hire someone who is not a citizen, you're part of the problem too. Yes, even you card-carrying Trump folks, MAGA types, if you hire somebody who is not a citizen, you are part of the problem. Yeah, but he works hard. Of course he works hard, and you're probably paying him under the table. Not all, but some do. Newington Town Councilor Matt Plord posted on Facebook Saturday, we've heard reports that ICE has made arrests this morning in Newington. We are pressing for immediate answers and working to find out more, and they'll share additional info as soon as it's available. Well, okay, Counselor. If ICE made an arrest, now they could be wrong, I understand that, but you probably know why they're there. Later in the day, Plord posted an update denouncing the raid in a joint statement from several officials and lawmakers, Mayor John Trister, State Senator Matt Lesser, State Reps Gary Turco. Who else? Kate Farrar, Deputy Mayor Kim Rada, several town council and Board of Education members. The Newington Police Department was not involved in these arrests. It was only notified as a courtesy. All right. John Larson said taking of the workers is government thuggery. All right, Congressman. I condemn in the strongest possible terms the actions taken this morning by ICE in Newington when they grabbed 7 individuals at a local car wash. Again, don't go to car washes. He continued, this is exactly the kind of heavy-handed, unconstitutional action that we've come to expect from his administration. Of course, it's always about Trump and his ICE operatives. Never mind how many people Mr. Obama got rid of. They operate in secrecy, wearing masks, ignoring due process, disregarding the rights of individuals, and showing no respect for the laws of our state or the elected officials of our communities. Okay, Congressman, what about the people who showed no respect for our laws and came here in droves, especially during the Biden years? I'm not sure. Were you as upset about that? Again, there's a reason why Trump won. Larson is also a co-sponsor of the No Secret Police Act, requiring ICE agents to identify themselves and bar them from wearing masks. Of course, because he's not out there doing these raids. Of course he's not. He wants ICE agents to, get doxxed and have their photos taken. During a 4-day enforcement operation, the feds arrested 65 people in Connecticut. Good. I'm sure there's another few hundred they could get as well. An ICE spokeswoman blaming the Trust Act in Connecticut, which limits cooperation between ICE and local law enforcement. It was enacted in 2013, 2019, and then they tightened it up again in 2025. But yeah, there you go. It's government thuggery. But again, these businesses, shame on you if you knowingly hire an illegal. Well, I wanted to do him a favor. Yeah, right. Just stop the benevolent act here. How often do we hear about it when you have some undocumenteds finally, get the courage up to go en masse to a state labor official because they knew they were getting underpaid, but they were going to be, threatened by the bosses that they would be outed if they went to the state. I cannot, if I operated a business, I cannot ever conceive of me, your little old host here. I could never hire someone who's not a citizen. That's just me. Where are your papers? Where are your cards? Where's your social security card? Where's your ID? Well, I don't have one. Well, see you later. Goodbye. Goodbye. I'm sorry. That's just me. I would never want to be part of the problem. That's it. Well, I need a job. Well, I am not going to hire someone who is not a lawful citizen or does not have a student visa, a green card, a work permit, whatever. I'm sorry I can't. I'm sorry. Can't help you. Can't help you. Do a little business, traffic and weather together and all that coming back right here on WICC 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
Did you run out of the house and miss breakfast? And now there's nothing in the office kitchen? Then you need the WICC's City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade. We'll bring delicious treats from Cakes by Sonia and make our way around southern Connecticut until we reach your office. Sign up at voiceofct.com and a WICC City Line Florist Breakfast Brigade will be on the way.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance. And don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us. So even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
In our effort to give dissemination of notice to nonprofit agencies, Connoisseur Media invites these agencies to request notification of job openings. To register your nonprofit agency for notifications of job openings at all Connoisseur Media stations in Connecticut, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler, and be sure to give us your name, address, phone number, and a contact person at the agency. If you're on our notification list and have changes or updates, call us at 203-783-8200. Ask for Tristan Holler. Connoisseur Media is an equal opportunity employer.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect moderate to high UV levels with a max UV index ranging from 5 to 7. Air quality will be poor with an AQI in the 50s and 60s, and expect good conditions for the beach or pool. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid hour, Stamford to Bridgeport. The lower Merritt will save you maybe a few minutes, but it isn't great. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Longworth into West Haven. Also have residual delays going through Madison and Guilford from an earlier problem that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross northbound side, residual delays going through Woodbridge from earlier issues as well. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Voice your opinion on the voice of Connecticut. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're an illegal. Don't work at a car wash. I know, rubbing down offenders, a universal language. I get it. But apparently there was a raid at a Newington car wash over the weekend. A few weeks ago, a couple of months ago, we had that raid at a Southington car wash. So there you go. Now, shame on those car washes and shame on those owners for hiring somebody who, I guess, maybe they showed falsified papers. I don't know how this works. But again, the business owners bear as much of the blame, if not more sometimes. Fine them, put them out of business. Come on, Paul. I can't find people to work. Yes, you can. If you post a high enough salary, you'll find someone. Stop creating an underground economy and driving legal wages down for everyone, especially for low-income folks. Dave in Brantford is here. Dave, how are you, sir?
Well, good afternoon, Paul. Let me give a shout-out to that Fairfield Little League team, which was very exciting couple of weeks. And it ended, third place in the world is a pretty good place.
Not too bad, no. Number 3 in the world,
Not too bad. I had a good weekend watching what they put on TV.
Nice.
It seems to me during Reagan we had E-Verify. So even if the bad people showed you false documentation, which no employer is in a position to determine the reality of it. E-Verify meant the government would tell you go, no go, based on the information. Nobody talks about that. It should be an easy electronic clearinghouse. Can I hire this guy and maintain my bona fides as a good quality employer?
Yeah.
There's none of that. I have one more question for you. New Haven Register yesterday on the opinion page.
Yeah.
A horrible, horrible editorial by a guy named David Rafferty.
Okay.
Turning the USA into a police state.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
He said, and he called the president, dear leader, dear leader, dear.
Again.
And he said the United States created our own Gestapo, the American Gestapo, the Christian nationalist
my God.
running government.
Oh, there's every stereotypical TDS thing there. Oh, my
Domestic stormtroopers, corrupt Christian fascist Republican Party. And here's the worst.
Yeah.
The people that are protecting us, that would be ICE and the National Guard.
Yeah.
He said these agents are domestic terrorists, want to be tough guys, and assorted dregs, incels, and miscreants who wear masks.
What's the name? What's this guy's name?
While pointing guns at children. Could you spin it more malignantly? His name is David Rafferty. He was on the New Haven Register opinion page
All right, I'll have
yesterday,
I'll have to look at. Wow.
It is one of the harshest things you'll ever read.
You know what, Dave? I wonder, and Dave, thank you for the call there. Yeah, you say everybody. I wonder if he did that just on a dare. Like, can I put as many left-wing things in there and get it published? Wow, I got to check that out. And by the way, on the break there, I am starting to see fascism, Mussolini, Hitler with the street troops. Oh my God! Oh, so I have an idea. Let's just leave it the way it is, right? Where hundreds of people a year, a lot of black and Hispanic individuals, kids, moms, dads, get shot in these major cities. Oh, but the numbers are coming down. Oh, we're doing better. Yeah, what do you mean better? Well, a couple of years ago, we finally got under 600 people being killed in Chicago. What? Jackson in Mount Kisco. Jackson, how are you?
All right, man. How we doing?
What's going on? You tell me. You're on. What's up?
I'm just trying to figure out, are you saying that the immigrants are the problem?
Well, listen, they're part of the problem, yeah. The other part of the people...
What the problem? How are the immigrants part of the problem?
Because they
now,
can't...
in America, where this country has been built on immigrants, now you're going to tell me?
Do you know the difference between legal immigration and illegal immigration?
Oh, don't tell... What's your last name?
Pacelli.
You're going to ask me illegal or non-illegal immigration?
Yeah.
How'd your parents come over here?
Legally.
Legally.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And
I bet.
Yeah,
and,
they
and,
did.
And, and,
they
and,
did.
And
hey, you know what? I've seen. Hey, you know what? I've seen the ship manifest from the boats they came over on.
Your parents came on boats.
Yeah.
Your parents came on boats.
Yeah.
What are you, 120?
155. I just had a birthday.
You're 55, and you're telling me your parents came on boats.
Wait a minute. Wait. All right, hold on. My grandparents did. I'm sorry, but my father.
Right, okay,
but
sure,
my
right.
father.
The old Guinea switcheroo.
Oh, we're using Italian slurs now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly, dude.
Yeah.
The old. I got it.
Okay, so the immigrants. So wait a minute now.
Immigrants.
Yeah.
It's okay for Italian immigrants to come over here.
Legally. I don't care what color anybody is, where they come from, who they make love to. Come over here legally. What's the problem with doing things legally? What don't you get?
Italians did not come over here legally.
Okay, no Italians came over here legally. Okay, what's your point?
They set up the mafia, but
the mafia. Now we're going mafia. Okay, so what's your point, Jackson? What's your point?
That I don't think that immigrants are the problem. You're saying immigrants are the problem.
I never said that. I said illegal immigration is a problem.
No, but you're saying the people itself. All right, look, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Illegal immigration is a problem, but that's with the system. That's what the system.
Yes, I agree with that.
You're blaming people.
No, but no.
People.
What I am saying is, if
you're saying
if you come here, if you
illegal in America.
Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something here. If you knowingly cross the border and you don't do it in a legal way, should you be surprised if somebody tosses you out of the country? Yes or no?
In America, yes.
Okay, well, we have a difference of opinion on that, too. I would never...
difference of opinion, dude. This is America.
Yeah.
This is America, dude. That's how this place was brought up.
So let me ask you, okay, so everybody that came on over did it just the heck with it. They went through no process. Did you ever hear of Ellis Island?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, been there.
Yeah, all right.
Been there.
So what are we arguing about, Jackson? I love you, but what are we arguing about here? I don't get it.
I just don't like how you said people that are hiring immigrants are the problem.
Illegals. If you're an immigrant from, hey, Jackson, I don't care where you're from, what color you are, how many wives you have, whether you make love to farm animals. I don't care. Just come here legally. That's all I care.
Dude, do you know? Yeah, but it's easy to say, dude. The process is not that easy.
And and Jackson, if you continue to listen to me, you know what you'll hear me say all the time? Honestly, buddy, it's too expensive to become a citizen here. So I agree with you on that. It's way too expensive. It's way too complicated.
All right, buddy. All right, thanks,
All right, Jackson, good to talk with you, man. Take care. All right, there you go. Well, what are we arguing here? And you folks know I've said that from time to time. We have to fix the system. Getting some illegals, especially who are bad hombres, especially some people who are, shouldn't be here, whatever. And while we're at it, let's fix the freaking system. Jackson, good to hear from you, buddy, in Mount Kisco. Hey, Dave and JR, hang on. We'll be with you on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 north, solid hour, Stanford to Bridgeport. The lower Merritt will save you maybe a few minutes, but it isn't great. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Longhorn into West Haven. Also have residual delays going through Madison and Guilford from an earlier problem that's been cleared. On the Wilbur Cross northbound side, residual delays going through Woodbridge from earlier issues as well. Traffic report powered by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe. I'm Edge Krause, WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit bigloot.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Health officials in Gaza say 5 journalists were among those killed in an Israeli strike on a hospital. President Trump was asked about the incident today. He said he wasn't aware of it.
It's got to get over with. It's got to get over with because between the hunger and all of the other problems, worse than hunger, death, pure death, people being killed.
Israel's prime minister called it a tragic mishap. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is facing deportation for a second time, although Camilo Montoya Galvez reports a blanket court order protects him for now.
What we don't know is whether or not another federal court here in Maryland that is now hearing a new lawsuit will block any deportation to Uganda for the time being.
He had been deported to El Salvador, then returned and detained on human smuggling charges. President Trump said today he expects to visit China this year or shortly afterwards. He said economic ties between the two countries have improved. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A state panel says that the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee is still in violation of party rules. The dispute resolution panel of the Democratic State Central Committee stated that many of the issues at the hearing were the same issues at last year's hearing. The panel released a preliminary report Thursday that found the town committee is continuing to violate state party requirements by not posting meeting notices and agendas online, not updating its Facebook page since 2022, not convening a minimum of 4 times annually, and need to reschedule a meeting held in May to appoint a treasurer who is not a resident of Bridgeport. Democratic Town Committee Chairman Mario Testa had said at the May meeting that, quote, operating a website is not cheap, and said that critics could file a new complaint with state Democrats. Federal immigration enforcement agents arrested 7 workers at a car wash in Newington. Town officials confirmed that the arrests happened Saturday morning at the Optimo car wash on Main Street. Newington police say that they were not involved with the ICE arrests and that the department was only notified afterwards as a courtesy. The car wash is in Democratic Congressman John Larson's district, and he condemns the arrests as, quote, government thuggery. This comes after ICE raids last week in various communities in what they called, quote, Operation Broken Trust. After that took place, Stamford Democratic State Representative Corey Paris posted on social media asking his followers to share any information about ICE operations with local advocacy organizations, which resulted in death threats against him. In a conversation last week with WTNH-TV News 8, Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding condemned threats of violence against Paris.
Regardless of what occurred or what was said by Representative Paris, nothing warrants the threats he's been receiving. It is wrong. It is terrible. It is disgusting. It is the worst of our politics, and it needs to stop.
Avon Democratic State Representative Eleni Kavros DeGraw told Channel 8 that she will continue to back the state of Connecticut's legislation limiting state cooperation with ICE.
The federal government can choose to do what they want to do, but we, me and mine, we will be standing for the people of Connecticut, regardless of their immigration status, regardless of their race, their religion, their creed.
The Office of the State Inspector General has ruled that a Bridgeport police officer was justified in the shooting of a man that charged at him while wielding 2 knives last May. Inspector General Elliot Prescott wrote in his report that then 28-year-old Officer Israel Colon responded to a report of a man acting erratically on Birdseye Street on May 16th, 2024. When he got out of his cruiser, Colon tried talking to the man, then 49-year-old Dale Stevenson, but Stevenson began sprinting at the officer while holding 2 knives over his head. After warning Stevenson many times to stop, Cologne drew his weapon and fired, hitting Stevenson in the arm and leg, and later recovered from his injuries. Prescott concluded his report by saying, quote, "There is simply no doubt that this was a legally justified shooting." Vandals have again targeted vehicles parked at the Cherry Street Lofts in Bridgeport. Police are investigating after multiple vehicles were broken into and burglarized over the weekend. Most of the residents of the 158-unit housing complex park either on the street or in an unsecured lot. There have been multiple vehicle break-ins at the location, and police say the complex needs more secure parking. The developer says police need to conduct more patrols in the area. Back to school for many Connecticut school districts today. Many districts are enacting new policies this year, including storage of electronic devices such as cell phones. Yonder pouches will be used to store cell phones in districts including Wilton, Darien, and New Haven. Some school districts are still facing teacher shortages. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Waterbury Superintendent Darren Schwartz said that while the number of vacancies is down from last year, there are still some positions open.
We've actually cut the shortage of teachers from last year to this year in about half. And so we still have about 60 classroom vacancies we're still looking to fill. Last year at this time, we were up near 120. And so we're improving in that area. But if anybody is interested in coming to the Waterbury Public Schools, I think one of the best public school systems in New England, go to our website and apply.
Many districts say they are also embracing the use of AI throughout the school day. And the Fairfield National Little League team came up a game short in their quest to win the World Series. Fairfield lost to Las Vegas on Saturday in the U.S. Championship game, ending its run for the title. Fairfield did win the consolation game yesterday, defeating Aruba to end the tournament in third place overall. The team will be honored by the town of Fairfield with a parade this afternoon at 5:30 down the Post Road to recognize their achievement. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 eastbound accident, exit 5 has things backing up through Danbury. 95 on the northbound side, at least an hour. Stanford through Fairfield, the lower Merritt is maybe a couple of minutes faster. Slow ride starts again in Stanford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, and on the Wilbur Cross going southbound, just some extra cars through Hamden down into Tunnel. On the Edge, Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
If Milford is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, kids, now that we're all calmed down. Oh, man. How is everyone today? It's a Monday. We're at 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. I spent the weekend preparing for my visit from my contractor this morning, and we are now the proud owner of 5 new windows. Yes. Which were put in Toot Sweet Chop Chop. My wallet's a little lighter for that, too, but hey, what the heck? The windows I replaced were, let me do some math here, 8614, carry the 3 divided by 2, square root of 4, 8614, and 25. So the windows I replaced were 39 years old. They were starting to leak a little bit. So, heck, my unit got 39 years out of its original windows. That's pretty good, I think. I'm no contractor extraordinaire, and the price was good, so. And the guy was in and out with his apprentice there in about an hour and change, so that's good. JR's been hanging on in Stamford. JR, good afternoon, my friend. How are you?
I'm good. Hey, listen, I was just calling it, and it's sort of nuanced a little bit. Yeah. But we're not worried about them being citizens. We're just worried about them being here legally, being able to work here legally, whether they're on a work permit, whether they're permanent residents. I don't care. I just think if they're here illegally, there's an I-9 process that anybody who gets a job has to go through. If they lied on that, I think that protects the employer. But
yeah,
otherwise, I agree with you. The employer needs to have some consequence.
Absolutely. And I wonder, JR, in a situation perhaps like this, was this car wash in Newington, and we had one in Bristol a couple of months ago. I mean, I would imagine ICE or immigration says, hey, did you ask them for any documentation? What did they show you? Can we have a copy of it? Again, JR, I don't know how this works, but I just think, I always ask myself, did they do anything to the business owner? That's all I'm asking.
Yes.
You know?
No, and I mean, that's a process to be able to be hired. I also had a second thing for you.
Sure.
Have you heard that, so because of pollution and noise, we've got a representative in Stamford that wants to ban gas-powered leaf blowers.
Okay, this is up again.
Well, it only costs you $400 to $500 to buy a battery-powered one.
That's all. Hey.
My issue is, if your issue is pollution and noise, write an ordinance that addresses pollution and noise. Mm-hmm. And if somebody can come up with a leaf blower, a gas-powered one that meets those requirements,
man,
then they should be able to use it.
And I know this issue, JR, this is like, and I know there have been some ordinances, some cities and towns in Fairfield County have done stuff like this, but boy, this really does bother people, doesn't it?
It bothers me because I maintain my own yard.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, a battery-powered leaf blower does not move the volume of leaves, and I can't use it. I can use it for so long, and then you got to recharge the batteries. You got to have extra batteries. It's real quick to pour a gallon of gas into the leaf blower and start it back up.
Sure is, and start that sucker up. JR, good to speak with you, my friend. Thank you, JR in Stamford. Yeah. Hey, it's almost that time, right? What is it, August 25th? So what? Have the leaves? Somebody sent me a picture on social media the other day saying, oh, look, the first leaf or leaves. Why is it the Toronto Maple Leafs and not the Leaves? I don't know. It's one of the great conundrums in my life. It's where I am. And Dave in Meriden here. Hello, Dave.
Hey, good afternoon, Paul. Hey, thank God for TuneIn Radio. I'm out in Killingly and can still listen to the Paul Sully show.
Well, there you go, buddy. There you go, right?
Yeah. Hey, having lived in Newington, I know exactly this gas station, car wash / convenience store that was raided. Yeah. And I stopped in there a couple of times, and I'm surprised they didn't go after the owner, too. I would question his immigration status.
No, Dave, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what they do. They may have asked him. They may have gone after. I don't know. I'm just wondering about the process here. And, Dave, why do we never hear more about this when these things happen? Why don't we hear about, well, the owner of X, Y, and Z was fined or he was suspended, whatever? I mean, do you ever hear this stuff? I don't.
No, they should be fined. But, I've been getting a lot of flack from different people on Facebook for my stance on this, telling them, good job. And, what are you doing? I said, they're illegal. What don't you understand about illegal?
Yeah. Dave, thank you. Dave, appreciate it, my friend. Yeah, and listen, is there not, and this is the other question I have here. Here's what confuses me, too. You hear about people who claimed asylum or crossed the border illegally and they were allowed to stay in the country. And you hear about, and again, maybe somebody can help me out here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. You often hear, for example, of somebody who got here, whatever, maybe overstayed a visa, maybe whatever, they crossed illegally or whatever, crossed the border, given asylum, and they say, well, he or she started the process of becoming a citizen. And look, I know it's expensive. I said that with our caller at the bottom of the hour there. I get it. Maybe it's too expensive. But are there people that come here that just say, well, screw it, they'll never find me, and if they do, I'll put up a fuss about it? Or should more people say, well, listen, I'm here now. I'm fortunate enough to where I made it this far. What is the process here? Maybe I should ask, and you always read about somebody who began the process of becoming a citizen. Maybe we have to fix that as well to make that more easier. See, man, if I ran the country, you would see change like you wouldn't believe. All right, let's move it along here. We got a little business, traffic, and weather together, all that and more. Your calls on WICC.
You can't see it. You can't smell it. But radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions.
Don't stop believing. The 47th annual Norwalk Seaport Oyster Festival is back September 5th through 7th. 3 days of music, fun, food, and crafts, plus great entertainment with the Paul Bunyan Lumberjack and Ready Go Dog shows. Plus, endless ride wristband specials on Saturday and Sunday, too. The Norwalk Oyster Festival. For only $15, it's the best entertainment value around. Get your tickets at seaport.org. Presenting sponsor Mohegan Sun Online Casino. Main stage sponsor Optimum.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
84 eastbound accident, exit 5 has things backing up through Danbury. 95 on the northbound side, at least an hour. Stanford through Fairfield, the lower Merritt is maybe a couple of minutes faster. Slow ride starts again in Stanford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, and on the Wilbur Cross going southbound, just some extra cars through Hampton down into the tunnel. On the Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Whatever's on your mind, put it in a text and send it to Paul. 203-333-9422. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
A lot more coming up on the show here. Talk or text to 203-333 at 9422-333 WICC. Hi, Paul. Becoming a U.S. citizen is expensive, but paying the cartel is expensive too. No, yeah. Even if these, what they call the coyotes there, I guess from what Border Patrol people have told me that I've chatted with on the shows here over years, yeah. They had a few $1,000. They pay people to get them across the border. It's nowhere as expensive as becoming a citizen. Immigration law ain't cheap. Ain't cheap. 203-333-9422. 333-WICC. I'm looking at the text messages here. I am missing the part in the Constitution where the president gets to have his own personal domestic police force that he can deploy as he wishes. Can you let me know where that is? I don't know if that's specifically allowed or not, but I guess they're saying that technically Trump could do this under what's called, I think it's Article 23 or Article 32 here. Did I close out this story or not? I'll have to find that for you, for the person who wrote in for that, saying, "Hey, how can he do it? What's he calling this thing again? New National Guard unit, a public. What's this public? You know when you can't read your. You know it's bad when you can't read your own writing." So there is an article of the Constitution, I guess, which would allow him to use National Guard troops in a federal role as long as they're paid by the feds here for some sort of law enforcement. And what else do we have here? All right, I'll find that for you. I did read, and I know the outlet that had it. Matt in Fairfield is with us. Hello, Matt. What's up, sir?
Hey there, Paul. Happy Monday. How are you today?
I'm good, Matt. What's on your mind, buddy?
Well, my hat's off to you. I listened to that gentleman call in who got very full of drama about the difference between illegals and legals.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, my hat's off to you. It really sounded like he was trying to get under your skin.
Yeah, we had some fun. Yeah, it is what it is. It's all part of the business here. It's part of the business, man.
Well, I've got some even personal friends that are pretty lib, and it's difficult to have a conversation because at some point in time, facts don't matter. And so I wonder what goes through the head and why they don't settle into their consciousness. And I have to think to myself, either one, and this isn't, if that young man's listening, this isn't to be an insult, but maybe he is the product of some illegals that came over. So, he himself wouldn't favor illegals having problems. And of course, maybe, a little bit more of social studies and history in high school.
Yeah, look, I don't want to, Matt, cast this. Look, one thing I have learned in life, and Matt, thank you for the call, my friend. I do appreciate it. I got to run here. One thing that I have learned, especially in doing shows like this, is I used to think, now I've been doing these shows, I started in 92. So that's 33 years. And I used to think that I could craft my arguments so well that it would change people's minds. All they would have to do would be to hear the great PP here, and they would go, "Oh, light bulb moment. Yes, he's so right." Well, I eventually realized that it doesn't work that way. On point A and point B, not only does it not work that way, a person's belief, I've really come to know that a person's political beliefs and how they feel about something, much to what our last caller just said, largely, well, maybe not largely, but at least in some way has something to do with, right, life experiences. Especially when it comes to, and I have no idea what the gentleman's life was like that came from Mount Kisco, our caller there. That's none of my business. But I've come to realize that a lot of people feel the way they do about taxes or about immigration or about guns or about abortion or about Trump or about being a Democrat or Republican, largely because of at least some factor of as to what is going on in their lives, and that's okay. And I applaud them for that. I have an attitude, for example, about capital punishment because I had someone in my life very close to me shot and killed who was doing nothing more than minding his own business and doing the work that he used to love to do, teaching. So that's why I openly say, hey, I'm the wrong person. If you're looking for flexibility on capital punishment, I'm the wrong guy. I respect you asking me. We can have a discussion about it, but you're never going to change my mind. You're just not. Same thing with taxes and with how much people make. I remember my mother telling me when I was small, listen, you make what you make and everybody else makes what they make. And it's not, I never forget her saying it. And I'm kind of paraphrasing, but it was almost to the line of, It's none of your business what anybody makes. That's their business. It's only your business what you make. Okay. Simple thought from an Italian mother, and I carried it with me all my life. So, But yeah, I don't nearly get as frustrated with people as I used to, because you know what? In the end, I've also come to another realization. In the end, whether you're left or right, up or down, communist, socialist, Marxist, Republican or Democrat, in the end, it's not going to mind, because we're all going to die. Christian loves when they do this. We're all going to, at the end, you think on your deathbed it's going to matter whether you're a Republican or a Democrat? No. When the priest or the rabbi or the imam or the reverend or whatever, when they come in and give you whatever blessing any religion does, when it's kind of like checkout time, okay, valet parking is here for you, sir. Your car's out front. Do you think anybody's going to care how you voted? No. So that's it. We're all just here to have a good time. If I can make it, my goal now is just to make you think. You can think for 5 minutes and say, that's Paul, that's cute. You made me think. I still think you're a jerk. But that's fine. We can have a good time. Yes, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
84 eastbound accident, exit 5 has things backing up through Danbury. 95 on the northbound side, at least an hour. Stanford through Fairfield, the lower Merritt is maybe a couple of minutes faster. Slow ride starts again in Stanford. Out of New Haven, 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf, and on the Wilbur Cross going southbound, just some extra cars through Hampton down into the tunnel. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
This is the sound of captivity. This is the sound of rescue. And this is the sound of freedom. Give Armenia's captive bears a second chance by supporting International Animal Rescue. Call 508-826-1083 or search The Great Bear Rescue to learn more.
Back to the news and talk, thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut, WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, I was able to find the reference there to Title 32. We had a person text me, I am missing the part in the Constitution where the president gets to have his own personal domestic police force to deploy as he wishes. Can you let me know where that is? Well, I'd be happy to. It doesn't quite say it that way, but I did find it in some references here. The creation of this new National Guard unit or so to maybe bounce from city to city or be established elsewhere in the country is, I guess, constitutional under what's called Title 32 of the U.S. Code. It outlines the role of the U.S. National Guard. Guard members in Title 32 status fall under the command and control of their state or territory governor, but their duty is federally funded and regulated. So red states, to stay on Mr. Trump's good side, will probably say, here, I'll give you so many Guard members. Traditional Guard members who drill 1 weekend a month and attend 15 days of annual training during the year do so in a Title 32 status. That's interesting. Okay, there's a couple of more things here, but I guess this new Guard unit would be legal under what's called U.S. Code Title 32.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media. This is CBS
CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. Kilmar Obrega Garcia is in ICE custody at this hour, detained after he was shown up for an appointment at a Baltimore field office. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
We've got him under control. He will no longer terrorize our country.
Garcia's attorney, Simon Sandoval Moschenberg.
We asked the ICE officer what the reason for his detention was. The ICE officer didn't answer. The ICE officer stated that he'll be taken to a detention center. We asked the ICE officer which detention center. The ICE officer said that they weren't able to say.
He has since been moved to a Virginia detention center while the legal battle plays out. Most National Guard troops in Washington, D.C. are carrying weapons now. Several hundred are on patrol at any given time. D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser.
I don't believe that troops should be policing American cities.
But the president today threatened to deploy troops to Chicago as part of his efforts to fight crime.
Chicago is a disaster, and the governor of Illinois should say, President, would you do us the honor of cleaning up our city? We need help. They need help.
President Trump today also threatened consequences if there isn't a deal soon to end the war in Ukraine. Stacey Lynn reports.
The president says if an agreement isn't made in the next 2 weeks to stop the fighting,
at that point, I'll step in very strongly.
But he wants Russian President Putin and Ukrainian President Zelensky to meet first.
I wanted them to work out their differences first because it is ultimately between them.
He says this war has to end, and if it doesn't,
there could be very big consequences, but we'll see what happens.
5 journalists were among those killed today in Israeli airstrikes on a hospital in Gaza. UN spokesman Stefan Dujarric.
These latest horrific killings highlight the extreme risks that medical personnel and journalists face as they carry out their vital work amidst this brutal conflict. The Secretary General recalls that civilians, including medical personnel and journalists, must be respected and protected at all times.
Israel's prime minister called it a tragic mishap. Just ahead of the 20th anniversary of Katrina, current and former FEMA staffers have written a letter expressing concerns about cuts to the agency. Matt Piper has that.
It was signed by dozens of FEMA employees and sent to Congress, saying the agency cannot effectively manage emergencies and could result in disaster. The letter warns that the Trump administration is sending FEMA back to pre-Katrina levels by cutting funding and staff.
The response to Hurricane Katrina was widely criticized. The administration said today it's made reform a priority so taxpayer dollars reach those they're meant to help. On Wall Street, stocks finished mixed. The Dow off 349. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
It was back to school for many Connecticut school districts today. Many districts have enacted new policies this year, including storage of electronic devices such as cell phones. Yonder pouches will be used to store cell phones in districts including Wilton, Darien, and New Haven. Some school districts are still facing teacher shortages. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Waterbury Superintendent Darren Schwartz said that while the number of vacancies is down from last year, there are still some positions open.
We've actually cut the shortage of teachers from last year to this year in about half. And so we still have about 60 classroom vacancies we're still looking to fill. Last year at this time, we were up near 120. And so we're improving in that area. But if anybody is interested in coming to the Waterbury Public Schools, I think one of the best public school systems in New England, go to our website and apply.
Many districts say they are also embracing the use of AI throughout the school day. A male victim has injuries after a shooting in Danbury. Police say the incident was reported at around 6:30 Saturday night on Lake Avenue, with the person suffering a gunshot wound to the neck. Police gathered information about a suspect and located the person, who was arrested after a pursuit that ended with a crash on Interstate 84. Police have not identified the suspect or the victim, saying the investigation is ongoing. Connecticut officials are pledging to fight President Trump's decision to halt the Revolution Wind project. The $1.5 billion project off the Rhode Island coast was approved under the Biden administration, and construction is 80% complete. An outraged Senator Richard Blumenthal says he will fight hard to save this project, which is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says the decision contradicts everything the Trump administration has told him about Revolution Wind. And the Fairfield national team came up a game short in their quest to win the Little League World Series. Fairfield lost to Las Vegas on Saturday in the U.S. Championship game, ending its run for the title. Fairfield did win the consolation game yesterday, defeating Aruba to end the tournament in third place overall. The team will be honored by the town of Fairfield at 5:30 with a parade down the Post Road to recognize their achievement. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 12 across southbound, busy through Hamden into the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, heavy delays getting through Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Oh, man, a lot of folks not happy today. Mr. Trump, the president, signing an executive order. He wants to start what he wants to call a specialized public order National Guard unit. A lot of people think this is not a good idea. Some people think it is a good idea. It would operate, I'm told here, under Title 32 of the U.S. Code. So technically it would be legal. It could face some court challenges here. National Guard members under Title 32 fall under the command and control of their state, territory, or governor. The duty is federally funded and regulated. So the feds pay for it. Technically, the governors hand over the Guard people to the White House or the president. Most full-time National Guard folks fall under Title 32. Some are active Guard or Reserve, also called AGR members on Title 32 active duty with pay and benefits provided by the feds, but they remain under the command and control of their state or territory governor. All right, so we'll see how this all shakes out here. The usual suspects hate it. The usual suspects love it. And I was thinking about that and other stuff when I put a pen to paper or finger to mouse or tip a finger to keyboard. And I selected this as our Facebook question of the day, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. 6 people were killed, 27 others hurt in Chicago from shootings over the weekend. Should the president send in federal forces to try and quell the violence in Chicago? Listen, I would much prefer that local police, local agencies handle this. And in some cities and towns they do, but some of these big cities have had such violent problems for so long. Maybe it's time for a new thinking on this. I don't know. But we posted that question. And, of course, this is the time of the show where millions tune in via the stream. At voiceofct.com, as Chris Williams has sifted through the answers. He has a cornucopia of responses, of course, with the obscenities filtered out. Chris, what do you have on this one?
We'll start with Gino, who said, send in the National Guard right now. Mark said, no, natural selection. Timmy said, I'm sure if they ask for help, he would send it. Most likely they won't ask for help. Bob says, crime on the way down equals unreported crimes. And then there was a comment from Stephen in which he wrote, a friend lives in Chicago, and he's strongly opposed to this. It's a Gestapo move right out of the Hitler playbook. Mm-hmm. We've become a joke of a country. And John said, the Democrats have caused all this and don't want to look like incompetent politicians to everyone.
All right, there you go. So a cornucopia, of, we're not laughing at the answers here, folks. Trust me. Yes, a cornucopia of answers here. All right, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Will get the latest. Hey, what's going to happen in Chicago? Our buddy, our pal, Aaron Navarro from the White House and CBS News. We check in with him momentarily.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies with a chance of rain or thunderstorms later. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and breezy with highs in the mid 70s. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, expect partly to mostly cloudy skies with a chance of rain or thunderstorms later. Highs in the upper 70s and low 80s. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and breezy with highs in the mid 70s. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider. A hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
We know we're supposed to be getting ready for retirement, but it's so complicated we're just not sure how. And that's exactly why David Gagnon of First Financial Planners is on the radio.
It comes down to education. Knowledge is power. And the one percenters, the very wealthy out there, are in that category because they did things differently.
Every week, David cuts through another layer of that confusion, making retirement planning something we can all understand. Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, right here on WICC 600. Find out more at masteringyourwealthradio.com.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, cadillacofgreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 12 across southbound, busy through Hamden into the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, heavy delays getting through Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Krause with WICC traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Make your voice heard. 203-333-9422. Back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Well, some may say it's taking the bait. Others may say it's fighting back against Mr. Trump. As we speak right now, Governor J.B. Pritzker is pushing back with some prepared remarks after the president said, hey, maybe he'll send the National Guard or get the Guard called up to Chicago as they have just come off another weekend of violence there. Joining us right now from the White House, where there is never a dull day, CBS News reporter Aaron Navarro. Aaron, there's never a dull day, right? I mean, you guys must walk in there to the press room and say, okay, what's it going to be today, right?
It's been history every day since this administration, since the campaign. So I'm just expecting it. It's a regular type of environment now.
So what are the so we get word, Aaron Navarro, of this special National Guard unit. The Guard's going to start carrying weapons in D.C. The president says, hey, maybe Chicago next, maybe Oakland, maybe San Francisco. What's the latest you guys and gals are hearing today?
It seems that all eyes are now on Chicago. Now, the president did not commit fully to sending in the military to Chicago, saying he may wait for that to happen, saying that he doesn't want to go in and, in his words, quote, do a great job, and then have local city officials in Chicago, who he has not talked to yet, kind of claim credit for a lower crime rate. But you're certainly seeing D.C. as the test case for that. You saw over the weekend and saw today Secretary Hegseth's note that the National Guard members in D.C. are now going to be armed at the president's direction. And you're seeing this administration tout that there haven't been no murders or homicides in D.C. that have been recorded, at least, in the past 11 or 12 days. So they feel that they are doing a great job in terms of curbing the crime here in D.C. They're seeing many argue against that, and they're saying, let's take the show on the road. Let's go to some other Democratic-controlled cities like Chicago, Baltimore, or Oakland.
Aaron, of course, you're in the district, and you go from anywhere in the capital there, all around the district. Have you yourself in your travels there to and from work and on the weekends, have you seen the Guard members? Are they interacting with people? Are they in spots where you expected them, where you didn't expect them? What have your eyes seen?
Yeah, you know, what I've seen is them certainly around higher traffic areas, not necessarily higher traffic for crime, just higher traffic for people. There's a popular going out street near where I live, where I was out over the weekend, where I saw about 15 to 20 Guard members just kind of patrolling, sometimes talking to people, some people going up to pictures, some people yelling at them. So it's definitely a varied mix. But the overall sense from a lot of D.C. locals is that they would prefer to see them in more high crime areas. And that's where you have seen this administration tout that some of their non-immigration arrests have come, Wards 7 and 8 out here, where there is a higher spike in crime, at least compared to maybe a decade or so ago. But the overall argument is that many officials here, residents, don't believe that it's at the level where it's a full-on emergency that President Trump has justified to bring these military forces, National Guard, into the nation's capital.
All right, Aaron Navarro, CBS News, working and living in the district. Aaron, thank you. We appreciate it, my friend. Stay safe.
Thank you, Paul. You too.
Thanks. Appreciate it. There you go. So he said out and about during his back and forth daily to the White House and back, and also on the weekends there, he said he's seen them. And, yeah, that's funny. He mentioned what I read over the weekend. Interesting. And I saw online there was some video of people going up and taking selfies with the guards and with the Guard members and doing the thumbs up and then, you know, they're getting screamed at. You suck. Get out of here. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. So, it's part of the great American experiment, right? Governor J.B. Pritzker speaking now. Let's join a little bit of that, pushing back on the White House here.
Child protection measures in Illinois that protect our kids against abuse and neglect. Trump is defunding the police. To the members of the press who are assembled here today and listening across the country, I am asking for your courage to tell it like it is. This is not a time to pretend here that there are two sides to this story. This is not a time to fall back into the reflexive crouch that I so often see, where the authoritarian creep by this administration is ignored in favor of some horse race piece on who will be helped politically by the president's actions. Donald Trump wants to use the military to occupy a U.S. city, punish his dissidents, and score political points. If this were happening in any other country, we would have no trouble calling it what it is, a dangerous power grab. Look at the people assembled before you today, behind me. This is a full cross-section of Chicago's leaders from the business world, the faith community, law enforcement, education, community organizations, and more. We sometimes disagree on how to effectively solve the many challenges that our state and our city face on a daily basis. But today we are standing here united, in public, in front of the cameras, unafraid to tell the president that his proposed actions will make our jobs harder and the lives of our residents worse. Earlier today in the Oval Office, Donald Trump looked at the assembled cameras and asked for me personally to say, "Mr. President, can you do us the honor of protecting our city?" Instead, I say, "Mr. President, do not come to Chicago." You are neither wanted here nor needed here. Your remarks about this effort over the last several weeks have betrayed a continuing slip in your mental faculties and are not fit for the auspicious office that you occupy.
Now, now he took the bait there. Now again, Pritzker was doing pretty well there, and then he goes for the cheap shot. Now, you may say, well, Trump does the cheap shots too. Okay, that's part of Trump's persona. That ain't anybody who wants to, look, you're not going to say beat him because he's not running again, I think. No, but seriously, And now I wonder if they'll take questions here. Because if I was one of the reporters standing looking at Governor Pritzker right now, and he's touting all the, the people gathered behind me, and I would say, Governor, what would you say to the families, the friends, the loved ones of the 36 or 40 people shot over the weekend? That, Governor, with all due respect, seems to happen every weekend in this city. Despite what you just said, hundreds of people are shot in this city every year, killed every year. And if you look at the maps, Governor, it seems to happen in certain areas that are just full of cyclical offenders here, Governor. What is your response to that? Now, there may be some pushback here. I don't know. So again, look, I don't envy a guy like J.B. Pritzker. I wonder if he had Brandon Johnson, mayor incompetent, speak there. I don't know. But again, Pritzker's in a tough spot. Now, he's got White House aspirations, too. So this whole thing might be like manna from heaven for him, I guess. I don't know. But he can't not say anything or not say nothing double negative. But at the same time, you can't be so cavalier as to say, hey, we don't need you, we don't want you. Because it's all an exercise in vanity for Trump, which a good part of it probably is. I'm not saying it's not. But I wonder how many people in his own city now, and in any of these cities, are saying, hey, maybe it would help me not hearing those gunshots. Again, you just, don't blame me, you just heard from our buddy from CBS News in the district every day, Aaron Navarro. He just said, they mentioned today that the district, D.C., our beautiful nation's capital, has gone without a murder in 11 days. That's unheard of now, especially in the summer. July and August in D.C., I guess they're saying now, like Aaron said, 11 days. I wonder why. So again, I'm not talking about whether you like the policy or not. I'm not talking about whether you like him or not. I'm not talking about whether you think he's a Marxist, fascist, totalitarian dictator or not. But as a pure mode of political tactics, this is another, rock thrown by the Trump White House into a flurry of people and seeing who can slip on it. Now, if I had any notion of making hay on this to a great extent, I don't know what I would say. Honestly, I don't. Because remember, even in cities like deep blue Chicago, deep blue Washington, D.C., deep blue Baltimore, Oakland, San Francisco, things like that, there are going to be people who are going to say, well, yeah, I don't love the guy, but I'd like to see more people with guns or with uniforms on the street here. Now, I know there will always people say, well, hey, totalitarian regimes have very little, if any, crime, right? There's apparently very little crime in Russia, in China, in Cuba. So there's that aspect of it, too. Not easy. But again, the tactics used here, set them up, make them slip on the banana peel of not coming out for something that might lower crime in their own cities. Traffic and weather together right now. We continue open phones, talk or text, by the way, at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 or the Parkway northbound, plan on over an hour from Greenwich through Trumbull and Bridgeport out of New Haven. 95 south, jamming through Long Wharf going into West Haven. 12 across southbound, busy through Hamden into the tunnel. And on 84 eastbound, heavy delays getting through Danbury going into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Optimum Business. Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Visit Optimum.com/business today. And that's Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
For quick and convenient care, visit Hartford Healthcare Urgent Care today. From cold and flu symptoms, routine immunizations, physical exams, and even x-rays, our urgent care locations are open 7 days a week to fit your busy schedule. With 9 locations across Fairfield County, it's easy to find an office nearest your home, work, or school. Walk in today for same-day appointment or visit hartfordhealthcareurgentcare.org to find a location and save your spot online.
No part of your home is more important than the roof over your head. Hi, I'm Eddie Griffin, the owner of Brown Roofing, your local expert for roof replacement and roof repair. Water resistant, weather resistant, wind resistant, our products offer superior protection that come with a 50-year lifetime transferable warranty. Call us today at 475-445-1195 or visit us at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down.
I get so many headaches every month.
It could be chronic migraine, 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox onabotulinum toxin A prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine. It's not for those who have 14 or fewer headache days a month. Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor. Visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. Israeli strikes on a hospital in southern Gaza have killed 5 journalists. Israeli army spokesman Effie Defrin.
As a professional military committed to international law, we are obligated to investigate our operations thoroughly and professionally.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia is back in federal custody. He was detained in Baltimore by ICE agents and then moved to a detention center in Virginia while his lawyers seek his release. CBS's Christian Benavides.
The Trump administration has claimed Abrego Garcia is an MS-13 gang member, which he denies. His attorneys have already filed a lawsuit to try to prevent his deportation for a second time.
Ahead of the 20th anniversary of Katrina, FEMA workers, current and former, have written a letter expressing concerns about cuts to the agency. New Orleans resident Wendell Frazier.
FEMA is not what it used to be, and I don't know if we're ever going to get that back. The city, the state, they're going to need some sort of support.
CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 19-year-old Danbury woman has died and 4 others are injured after a single vehicle crash on Route 34 in Newtown. Police say the crash happened after 4 a.m. yesterday as a Ford Mustang GT carrying 5 people left the road and struck a tree at a high rate of speed. Police say the driver failed to negotiate a curve and went off the side of Route 34 near Zora Road. Rear seat passenger Mary Cordero died at the scene. 2 of the surviving victims have critical injuries. The Office of the State Inspector General has ruled that a Bridgeport police officer was justified in the shooting of a man that charged at him while wielding 2 knives last May. Inspector General Elliot Prescott wrote in his report that then 28-year-old Officer Israel Colon responded to a report of a man acting erratically on Birdseye Street on May 16, 2024. When he got out of his cruiser, Colon tried talking to the man, then 49-year-old Dale Stevenson, but Stevenson began sprinting at the officer while holding 2 knives over his head. After warning Stevenson many times to stop, Colon drew his weapon and fired, hitting Stevenson in the arm and leg, and later recovered from his injuries. Prescott concluded his report by saying, quote, "There is simply no doubt that this was a legally justified shooting." Vandals have again targeted vehicles parked at the Cherry Street Lofts in Bridgeport. Police are investigating after multiple vehicles were broken into and burglarized over the weekend. Most of the residents of the 158-unit housing complex park either on the street or in an unsecured lot. There have been multiple vehicle break-ins at the location, and police say the complex needs more secure parking. The developer says police need to conduct more patrols in the area. Federal immigration enforcement agents arrested 7 workers at a car wash in Newington. Town officials confirmed that the arrests happened Saturday morning at the Optimo car wash on Main Street. Newington police say that they were not involved with the ICE arrests and that the department was only notified afterwards as a courtesy. The car wash is in Democratic Congressman John Larson's district, and he condemns the arrest as, quote, government thuggery. This comes after ICE raids last week in various communities in what they called, quote, Operation Broken Trust. After that took place, Stamford Democratic State Representative Corey Paris posted on social media asking his followers to share any information about ICE operations with local advocacy organizations, which resulted in death threats against him. In a conversation last week with WTNH-TV News 8, Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding condemned threats of violence against Paris.
Regardless of what occurred or what was said by Representative Paris, nothing warrants the threats he's been receiving. It is wrong, it is terrible, it is disgusting, it is the worst of our politics, and it needs to stop.
Avon Democratic State Representative Eleni Kavros DeGraw told Channel 8 that she will continue to back the state of Connecticut's legislation limiting state cooperation with ICE.
The federal government can choose to do what they want to do, but we, me and mine, we will be standing for the people of Connecticut, regardless of their immigration status, regardless of their race, their religion, their creed.
A Connecticut city has filed a lawsuit against drug manufacturers and prescription benefit managers over the high cost of insulin. The city of Torrington's lawsuit accuses the involved companies of artificially inflating the price of insulin. It names drug makers Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi as defendants, along with benefit managers CVS, Caremark, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx. The lawsuit alleges that the defendants have engaged in an unfair and deceptive scheme that has driven up the cost of the life-saving diabetes drug. A state panel says that the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee is still in violation of party rules. The dispute resolution panel of the Democratic State Central Committee stated that many of the issues at the hearing were the same issues at last year's hearing. The panel released a preliminary report Thursday that found the town committee is continuing to violate state party requirements by not posting meeting notices and agendas online, not updating its Facebook page since 2022, not convening a minimum of 4 times annually, and need to schedule a redo of a meeting held in May to appoint a treasurer who is not a resident of Bridgeport. Democratic Town Committee Chairman Mario Testa had said at the May meeting that, quote, operating a website is not cheap, and said that critics could file a new complaint with state Democrats. And a food hall is planned for the Arcade Mall space in Bridgeport. Officials with the city's downtown special services district say the food hall will feature local vendors. The idea was developed because of the success of the neighborhood farmers market at McLeavy Green. The current proposal is for a series of pop-up events that will allow for the development of a long-term business plan for the site. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 19. Overall on 95, well over an hour from Stamford through Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help out of New Haven. 95 southbound side, slow ride through Long Wharf and West Haven. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're on the brakes through Hampton going down into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84, more congestion delays eastbound through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If it's Bridgeport, the Valley, Fairfield County, and affecting your world, Paul Pacelli is talking about it. Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli. WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Thank you, Thunderthroat. Appreciate that. Talking about Bridgeport, just when you think, when we talk with Chris Caruso at the end of the week, as we have in these last few weeks about, ethics problems in Bridgeport and strengthening ethics oversights in Bridgeport, and it's good to see that the investigations continue into the absentee ballot BS here, the shenanigans that go on and on and on. So that's good, but just when you think that, well, maybe Bridgeport is not going to be Bridgeport anymore, well, guess what? Bridgeport is ever and through and to Bridgeport. And I'm not in any way criticizing the hardworking voters of this city, people who love the city. I've worked here a number of years on and off. They're and I defend the city and defend the people that crack jokes at me. How's Bridgeport going? I say, well, listen. Don't pillory an entire city for some of the people that they vote for. And Chris Williams has been using this story here. You can't make this up. A state panel says the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee is still violating party rules. What a shock. And it seems like they don't care. Now, they don't care. Here's my take on it. Because they know that you people will still vote for the same people every 2 or 4 years. The only way you change this in Bridgeport, Hartford, New Haven, Connecticut, anywhere, is you stop voting for the same people over and over and over and over again. That's how it may change. Store here in Hearst by our friend Brian Lockhart, friend of the program here. The Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee continues to violate state party rules even after being warned by the state party to make fixes. They don't care. They don't care. Because they know that either you will vote for them again, or their own people on the DTC will vote for themselves again. So, again, okay. There was a preliminary report issued last Thursday by a dispute resolution panel of the Democratic State Central Committee. The three-person group held an online hearing August 13th on a complaint about how the 90-person branch operates under veteran head Mario Testa. The panel, this is not me saying this, folks. It's right in the paper. I'm just telling you to, again, I tell you a lot. I know you're busy. You don't read everything like I do. I get paid to do this. The panel concluded that the local town committee violates state party requirements by failing to post meeting notices and agendas online. Folks, here it is. They don't want you to know what's going on. Do you understand that? Everybody and their grandfather is online now. If your town dog walking committee meets 4 times a year, there's a good chance you can find out. The Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee has not updated its Facebook page since November of 2022. What are they so afraid of? Rhetorical question. And a trio of the panelists, Mark Garofalo, Jennifer Pope, and Rosemary Tate, all of whom are from outside of Bridgeport, right? So these are people who have no skin in the game here in Bridgeport. These are state Democratic people who live outside Bridgeport. They also determined the city's Democratic leadership does not follow its own rules to convene a minimum of 4 times annually. So, in other words, the whole thing is a cluster. Lastly, the dispute resolution members concluded that when Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee participants gathered this past May and amended their bylaws to allow a non-resident treasurer, they did not do so correctly, and they have to do a do-over. It never ends, folks. It never ends in Bridgeport. It's a carnival. It's a freaking merry-go-round. It never ends. Maybe the names change, but it never ends. What's wrong with you people? Why is this allowed? Well, you know, I voted for so. No, that's your problem. A, you're voting, and B, you're voting for a lot of the same people. You do know this is never going to end, right? This is never going to end. Now, maybe you like it. I don't know. Yeah, this is... What is this, an alternate universe here? Mario Testa, through a spokesperson, referred questions to John Bohannon, an attorney who serves as the Bridgeport Democrats parliamentarian and represented the group at that August 13th hearing. That was one big difference from last year when nobody from the town committee showed up. Bohannon could not immediately be reached for comment, but the dispute panel's preliminary report indicates that he, during the August 13th hearing, agreed that meeting notices and agenda will be posted electronically and 4 town committee meeting dates will be scheduled each year. When the town committee met in May, one member and others complained about the lack of online notification, referring to last year's State Central dispute ruling. Folks, come on, you know what this is. This is the kind of thing where the state tells the Bridgeport gears, the turning, the pulleys, the levers, the gears in the Bridgeport Democratic Party. This is the state telling them, well, you have to do this. And this is Bridgeport saying, go ahead, come after me. Make us. And then the State Central Committee in Hartford goes, all right. It's like, whoa. And I'm sure there are people in the State Central Committee saying, come on, we got to put our foot down. And there are people probably saying, yeah, it's going to get messy. And as our friend Chris Caruso always tells us, the endorsement of Bridgeport Democrats is probably the key municipality endorsement to people whose careers, whose electability hinges on. It is, sometimes I read this stuff and I say, after a while, you ask yourselves, do people deserve better? You know what I mean? I mean, intrinsically, you would say, well, people always deserve better, Paul. But do they? Because when this is allowed to go on, and it could be stopped if people just would alter their voting patterns. It could. Now, maybe they don't want to. But, man, it never, ever, 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 ever ends. And you watch, with this absentee ballot thing, there will be the best efforts by state, local, and federal authorities to get to the bottom of this. And are these, offenses here chargeable under whatever statutes? And people, they'll wriggle out of it. They'll cop a plea. Somebody will go work at a soup kitchen for a couple of weeks. They'll say they're sorry. They'll pay a $25 fine. And you know what's going to end up changing when that happens? Nothing.
When you want the top Connecticut headlines when you wake up, you know to come to one place. That's Melissa in the Morning. Live interviews with local leaders and breaking news. You've got it on Melissa in the Morning. Plus, traffic and weather every 10 minutes. Melissa in the Morning is everything you need on your ride into work. Melissa Sheketoff, every weekday from 5 to 10 on Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
DC politicians want to enact harmful credit card mandates that could take away your cash back and rewards points. Perks that stretch your budget and make life a little easier. Losing these benefits means less money for your family's everyday essentials like gas and groceries. The perks you rely on could disappear, leaving you with higher costs and fewer options. Tell Congress to guard your card and oppose the Durbin-Marshall credit card mandates.
Paid for by Electronic Payments Coalition.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
I'm Frank Miller for Ron and Sana. Well, the markets put in a weak performance this Monday. Profit-taking contributing to some of the weakness on Wall Street. The Dow off over 300 points today, while the S&P and NASDAQ saw more modest losses. In economic news, new figures showed that sales of single-family homes slowed down a bit more than expected in July. Sales of new homes fell to a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 652,000 units last month. Analysts say that's because the housing market is struggling as mortgage rates remain high. In corporate news, restaurant chain Cracker Barrel is trying to ensure its customers that while its looks are changing, its values are not. The company says its old-timer mascot will still be on menus, road signs, and inside its country stores. The company says it's looking to complete remodels this year, which feature brighter colors, less decor on the walls, and new tables and chairs. And President Trump says he's looking to eliminate cashless bail across the country. He signed an executive order today threatening to withhold federal funding for cities that don't comply.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound accident, exit 19. Overall on 95, well over an hour from Stamford through Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help out of New Haven. 95 southbound side, slow ride through Longworth and West Haven. And on the Wilbur southbound, you're on the brakes through Hamden going down into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84 more congestion delays eastbound through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
How much crazier can it get? Don't worry, Paul's here to get you through it. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on the Voice of Connecticut.
Another thing Trump decided today, and look, he doesn't have the power to do this. And he knows this. And a lot of people understand this. But did you see what he wants to do? He wants to withhold, I should say, federal money from states that have no cash bond, right? And this started with the George Floyd thing in 2020 because for some reason, civil rights people thought that to protest, what was an awful thing that happened to George Floyd. I don't care what he was passing or whatever. That cop with 9 minutes on the guy's neck. Come on, asinine. Flip him over and put the cuffs on him. There's 4 of you there. And Chauvin is there leaning on his neck for 9 minutes. Stop it. I don't want to hear any of these conservatives. Well, he had this in his body and he had that in his body. Oh, come on. Stop it. The NYPD takes these guys down in 10 seconds. They're cuffed and they're put in the car. But since then, a big thing from the white guilt department, white guilt, line 3, please, was to get rid of cash bail or cash bond, meaning that for what are called minor offenses or nonviolent offenses, a lot of these states, and it's done by state, God help us if it ever comes to Connecticut. God, the two things that you should hunker down if these things come to Connecticut, no cash bond, and if we start electing prosecutors or electing judges. Oh, my God. But I digress. So Trump said, hey, I don't like this no cash bond thing on minor offenses. Basically, they say, okay, you promise to come back to jail if you're good, or you promise to turn up in court. Well, what happens is, surprisingly or not, in blue cities and blue states, the whole no cash bond or no cash bail, since the George Floyd thing, is putting sickos back on the street. How about this? Man remains free despite allegedly terrorizing New York City women for 3 months. Why is he on the street? No cash bond. Trump says we got to get rid of that. Now, you may hate Trump, but he may say, well, hey, look at the psychos it's putting on the street. Get this from the New York Post. A recidivist criminal who looks and acts like a caveman, literally, has been terrorizing women and girls in Queens for 3 months. 3 months. Even more frustrating is that the deviant, identified by cops as Malik Mia, M-I-A-H, was arrested twice for recent incidents but released both times because the crimes were not bail eligible. So this is a psycho that keeps getting arrested, but because of no cash bail, which the president correctly designates as being bad for safety because of no cash bail, they put him right back on the street. Right back on the street. Because of George Floyd. This guy, Malik Miha, has, you ready for this? Swallow whatever in your mouth now because I don't want you to choke on it. Go ahead, chew it a little more. Keep chewing. Okay, swallow, 2 hands on the wheel. This guy has 41 arrests. 41. Dating back to 2010, including forcible touching, weapon possession, assault, drugs, and burglary. And this is coming from the cops. The cops tell all this to the papers and the TV and radio stations in New York because they're frustrated. One victim, who asked only to be identified as Jessica, filed a police report after Mia allegedly smacked her on the rear end at a subway station in Sunnyside, Queens, back in May. Mia, whose last known address was in the Bronx, was arrested and charged with forcible touching, but he got out the next day on supervised release. How about that? Over 41 arrests. But again, what they're arresting him for, touching, copping a feel, and doing other stuff, they can't hold him. They can't hold him. Well, Paul, should somebody be held in jail until they can come up with bond for just grabbing somebody's ass? Yes, they should, because that's not normal. But post-George Floyd, we said, you know what? Oppression. No cash bail. Now watch. I'm telling you, within a day. Oh, of course. Of course Trump wants to get rid of no cash bail because, well, he wants more black people in jail. Folks, I'm telling you, watch on this. It just broke today. Give the lunacy about another 3 hours before it fully kicks in.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, accident, exit 19. Overall on 95, well over an hour from Stamford through Bridgeport. The Parkway northbound really isn't much help out of New Haven. 95 southbound side, slow ride through Long Wharf in West Haven. And on the Wilbur Cross southbound, you're on the brakes through Hampton going down into the West Rock Tunnel. And 84 more congestion delays eastbound through Danbury into the Super 7. I'm Andrew Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow is sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
Hey, it's Melissa Sheketoff, host of Melissa in the Morning here on The Voice of Connecticut. I want to tell you about MADE, a leadership series of events I've been hosting with the Department of Economic and Community Development and the Connecticut Business and Industry Association. MADE is designed to equip Connecticut's industry professionals with the connections, resources, and insights necessary to create opportunity in today's business landscape. Topics included so far: how to attract and keep top talent, and innovation, and the advancements right here in Connecticut. Don't worry, though, if you've missed it, check out what we've learned on the podcast at voiceofct.com. The next MADE series will focus on reputation and how your business can stand out. If you want to stay ahead of the curve in business and build game-changing connections, you need to listen to the podcast. It's on voiceofct.com, and join me at the next MADE event. Details coming soon at ConnecticutMade.com.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC's 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli.
Okay, coming up from the Yankee Institute, our pal Andrew Fowler, he got a look at a new Wallet Hub survey that looked at a bunch of environmental issues, a bunch of money issues, tax issues, and all that. And, you know, the bottom line is Connecticut's just, we like it here. The environment's good. The seasons are definite. Great people, smart workers. But Connecticut's just not fun. We're just, when you think fun, right? There's a lot of things you can think about Connecticut. Innovation, Sikorsky, P.T. Barnum, Bridgeport's own, the gateway to New England down there on the turnpike, whatever. There's a lot of things you can think of. Pizza and even more pizza. But apparently a new Wallet Hub survey was kind of tongue-in-cheek, but kind of on the serious side, too. Apparently, Connecticut did not do real well in El Funo department. So we'll talk to Andrew about that.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. President Trump is touting his anti-crime efforts in Washington, D.C. and the deployment of National Guard troops and says Chicago desperately needs help.
We can go anywhere on less than 24 hours notice.
National Guard troops in D.C. are now carrying weapons. Several hundred are on patrol at any given time.
We go in, we will solve Chicago within 1 week, maybe less, but within 1 week we will have no crime in Chicago, just like we have no crime in D.C.
Illinois Governor J.D. Pritzker.
What President Trump is doing is unprecedented and unwarranted. It is illegal. It is unconstitutional. It is un-American.
President Trump was asked today about his efforts to win the war in Ukraine.
Well, have you spoken to Putin since last Monday?
Yeah, I have.
What is your conversation? Or can you share?
Every conversation I have with him is a good conversation, and then unfortunately a bomb is loaded up into Kiev or someplace, and then I get very angry about it. I think we're going to get the war done.
He again threatened consequences. Five journalists, in fact, were killed in Israeli strikes in southern Gaza today. Linda Gradstein reports.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office said the 2 strikes on Nasser Hospital in Khan Yunis was a tragic mishap and that the military is investigating. The Hamas-affiliated Gaza Health Ministry said the first strike hit an upper floor of the hospital. Officials said most of the deaths came in the second strike when Israeli planes hit an external stairway as rescuers and journalists rushed toward the scene of the first strike.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia will not be deported for the time being. The Maryland man at the center of the immigration battle with the administration's being held at a detention center in Virginia. Legal analyst Laurie Levinson.
The federal judge has ordered the government, even on the deportation proceedings, to put things on hold until Garcia can have a hearing on his rights, because the government seems so focused on getting Garcia out of the United States, whether it be by deportation or perhaps convicting him and putting him in custody here.
Elon Musk's companies have filed a sweeping antitrust lawsuit against Apple and OpenAI, alleging they formed an illegal partnership to stifle competition in artificial intelligence and smartphone markets. Legal analyst Thane Rosenbaum.
The iPhone and the App Store, which is partnering with ChatGPT, is burying his AI product, Grok.
On Wall Street, stocks finished lower. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves. Make Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Active Liver is available online at Amazon or find it in stores at CVS, Meijer, and now available at ShopRite.
WICC 695.9. Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
A 19-year-old Danbury woman has died and 4 others are injured after a single vehicle crash on Route 34 in Newtown. Police say the crash happened after 4 a.m. yesterday as a Ford Mustang GT carrying 5 people left the road. and struck a tree at a high rate of speed. Police say the driver failed to negotiate a curve and went off the side of Route 34 near Zor Road. Rear seat passenger Mary Cordero died at the scene. 2 of the surviving victims have critical injuries. A male victim has injuries after a shooting in Danbury. Police say the incident was reported at around 6:30 Saturday night on Lake Avenue, with the person suffering a gunshot wound to the neck. Police gathered information about a suspect and located the person, who was arrested after a pursuit that ended with a crash on Interstate 84. Police have not identified the suspect or the victim, saying the investigation is ongoing. A Connecticut city has filed a lawsuit against drug manufacturers and prescription benefit managers over the high cost of insulin. The city of Torrington's lawsuit accuses the involved companies of artificially inflating the price of insulin. It names drug makers Eli Lilly, Novo Nordisk, and Sanofi as defendants, along with benefit managers CVS, Caremark, Express Scripts, and Optum Rx. The lawsuit alleges that the defendants have engaged in an unfair and deceptive scheme that has driven up the cost of the life-saving diabetes drug. And a food hall is planned for the Arcade Mall space in Bridgeport. Officials with the city's downtown special services district say the food hall will feature local vendors. The idea was developed because of the success of the neighborhood farmers market at McLeavy Green. The current proposal is for a series of pop-up events that will allow for the development of a long-term business plan for the site. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound New Haven accident reported at the 91 merge on 95 north Lower Fairfield County. Well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The parkway overall is only a couple of minutes faster. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden down to the tunnel on 84 eastbound. Crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're listening to Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut.
Big fourth and final hour here. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And if you or someone you know, maybe a family member, maybe a son, daughter, grandson, granddaughter, whatever, maybe the guy or the gal next door, across the street, in your church, mosque, synagogue, temple, whatever, if they are connected at all with the National Guard, you're going to want to hear this. The White House early today, the president earlier today, saying, hey, not only may I send the military and the Guard into Chicago, if he gets the troops from red states, of course, but he wants to put together a new unit for some sort of like a rapid response thing where the Guard could go into different states, different jurisdictions, and help out local police. Fine with me. Give it a shot. See if it works. Now, again, earlier today, the governor of Illinois, J.D. Pritzker, the mayor of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, everybody said, no, stay away, stay away. So I guess they don't want the possibility, and maybe this won't happen, I don't know, but they're taking the bait. So they're sitting there, and they don't want even the slightest possibility, as slight as it may be, that what is happening now in D.C., to some extent, there's still crime in D.C. D.C. hasn't turned into nirvana in 2 weeks, but there are some trends that are down. So again, the Democratic Party takes the bait. In honor of our great Bluefish tournament this past weekend, they take it hook, line, and sinker. Soon as that chum in the water, here it comes. Trump chums the water, and here it comes. J.B. Pritzker, Brandon Johnson. Take it right there. Again, Chicago, dozens and dozens and dozens of people shot, many killed every weekend. Every freaking weekend. And they're talking, and I knew it would give me a migraine. I knew it. We were in a commercial break. I said, well, and we aired some of the J.B. Pritzker stuff because he tends to make a little bit of sense. And I just turn up, the little knob here that lets me hear the TV feed through our mixing board here. It's not on the air if I don't want it to be. And sure enough, on the break, what did I hear Brandon Johnson talking about? More anti-poverty programs and more housing programs. I'm sorry. I know you people are going to hate me for this. I don't care how impoverished you are. It doesn't give you the right, the moral right to kill someone. I don't care what your living situation is. It doesn't give you the moral right in God's universe to take somebody else's life. So again, here you have leaders in Chicago today treating Trump like he's some sort of fascist dictator. Well, isn't he, Paul? No, he's not. Relax, Maud. At least not now. Instead of stopping to say, well, if this hell, what does the left always say? What do they always say? My God, if it saves one life, you gun people. Can you not buy a 58th AR-15 if it saves one life? Okay. All right. Maybe you could tempt me on that one. But nobody's discussing whether or not the Trump thing would, I don't know, make maybe some areas a little safer. And if these local municipal leaders were smart, were smart, some are, some aren't. But if they were more smart, they would say, hey, Mr. President, thanks for sending in those National Guard people. We did have a drop in crime over 3 weeks. Now, how about a little federal funding? How about a few piasters here from the federal treasury here to make it so we could hire people permanently here? What do they keep saying in D.C.? There are 800 or 900 troops 800 or 900 officers under where they should be. I tell you, Trump, I know a lot of you folks hate him, and believe me, there's stuff he does. I go, stop, please. But he is trolling the Dems on crime, and they know it. They know it. They know it, but they get in these meetings and say, we have to say. They know, they see what maybe to some small amount is happening in D.C., and I'm sure they say, geez, if we could save a couple of lives here, but that would mean we'd have to agree with you-know-who, Orange Man. Can't do that. Can't do it. Wouldn't be prudent. Traffic and weather together, news, all that. News again to the bottom of the hour. Do a little business. Hey, Connecticut is not a real, we'll tell you about a new survey out there that says we're not really a real fun place.
You listen to the Voice of Connecticut whenever you're in the car. You stream us on your computer at work. And when you get home, you can listen through your Amazon Echo. Just say, Alexa, play WICC. Hear all your favorite Fairfield County news and talk on the Voice of Connecticut anytime, wherever you have your smart speaker. Say, Alexa, play WICC.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Looking for a quick primary care appointment? Start here. Hartford Healthcare Medical Group offers appointments right away, often the next day, with skilled clinicians who partner with you to get you healthy and keep you healthy. We're here for you, whether it's an illness, chronic condition, or a physical, with offices throughout Fairfield County. Visit hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care. That's hartfordhealthcare.org/primary care.
I don't mean to scare you, but a tree could be hiding damage that you simply can't see. Hey, Melissa Sheketoff here, and we had one tree in particular that was directly in front of my son's bedroom. At K&J, they have licensed arborists on staff who will do everything they can to save a tree. Like that tree I just mentioned in front of Chase's bedroom. It didn't need to come down entirely, but the parts that were problematic, those were removed immediately. Book online at kjtreeservice.com or text 203-248-TREE.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, celebrating 100 years of a Beats.
A century ago, my grandparents, Frank and Philomena Pepe, opened a small pizzeria on New Haven's Worcester Street. They'd never have imagined the incredible legacy they built. Today, Pepe's is still here, still family-owned, and still Connecticut's old reliable. We celebrate 100 years and invite you to celebrate with us.
Frank Pepe Pizzeria Napolitan, passionate about pizza for 100 years. Join the celebration at your local Pepe's today.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from Cadillac of Greenwich Studios, CadillacofGreenwich.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound New Haven, accident reported at the 91 merge on 95 north Lower Fairfield County. Well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The parkway overall is only a couple of minutes faster. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden down to the tunnel on 84 eastbound. Crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Away from your radio? Listen while you work at voiceofct.com. Now back to Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
So maybe you're on vacation somewhere with you and the missus and the mister or the domestic partner, boyfriend, girlfriend, whatever. Or you're on a business trip and hey, where are you from? Well, I'm from Connecticut. And does anybody really say Connecticut? Wow, that must be fun. Well, apparently not enough people do that. Little tongue-in-cheek here, but we love the stuff that Wallet Hub does. A lot of these financial sites now have their own metrics. They run this stuff. And apparently, Connecticut, just the way I harp over the fact that our friendliness to business ratings suck, so does our parent fun coefficient here. Joining us right now, our buddy Andrew Fowler, blogger, researcher for the Yankee Institute of Connecticut. Andrew, good afternoon. Great to have you, man. How are you?
Doing very well. Thanks for having me back on.
We're just not a fun place, Andrew. How dare these people at Wallet Hub? What you've poured through the fun and non-fun numbers here, Andrew. What? My God, oh, the humanity. What's the bad news here?
Well, I mean, Connecticut is not considered a fun state. We're ranked 43rd in a new Wallet Hub report, and as I say in the piece, this is not just a quirky detail, but it really does reveal a deeper and prolonged affordability problem in the state, and it's connected to high taxes and burdensome regulations, and that directly impacts people's quality of life. So it really is concerning that this isn't just the first Wallet Hub report that has said, Connecticut is ranked in the bottom tier of their studies. They came out with a couple earlier this year, like best and worst states to start a business. We were ranked 49th. And in two May studies, we were among the least affordable housing markets and worst places to raise a family. Now, it's just it's where there's smoke, there's fire, right? And a lot of our lawmakers are concerned about affordability, I think the best place to start is how do we actually make it more affordable and help people keep more money in their pocket and make it more friendly environment to actually start a business, which, thus creates more nightlife or bars or restaurants and things where people can.
And I know because exactly, Andrew. People may be listening, going, "Oh, come on, it's a tongue-in-cheek thing." No, it's not, because as you mentioned, Andrew Fowler, a lot of it has to do with, and I remember this from my college-level economics courses and marketing. You can't have any fun generally, without disposable income. And what eats away at disposable income? Taxes and high expenses.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I quote in the piece, this is the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, which says when businesses face lower tax burdens, they have more capital to invest in operations, innovation, and expansion, leading to job creation and increased productivity. It's common sense that if you lower taxes, you make something less. You ease the burden of getting a business off the ground. That creates a more vibrant society and a vibrant civil society, which is, that's what we're concerned with at Yankee Institute. It's how do we make life more affordable for our residents, our hardworking families, so they can actually stay, grow, and thrive and play here and have fun here. We want Connecticut to be a fun state.
No, absolutely. And I don't doubt, Andrew Fowler, in any way that these surveys now from people like Wallet Hub, they do a great job at it. I mean, if people are in the general area of the country are saying, well, do I take the job there? There's this company in Connecticut, or we could live just over the line. I don't doubt, Andrew, that people look at as much as lawmakers on one side of the aisle or the other will poo-poo these, I think they do that at their own risk, don't you?
I think so. I mean, and Wallet Hub isn't the only, group out there that's doing these type of surveys that does rank Connecticut pretty low on those affordability metrics like, economic growth or housing or energy costs or even, tax burdens. Those are from, either federal government or, tax foundation or, Realtor.com. It's a plethora of organizations out there that are saying that, hey, this is a problem, and it hurts to see because there are people who are trying to make ends meet in Connecticut, want to stay here, want to raise their family here, but again, it's how do we increase the tax base? It's actually making it less burdensome and creating more jobs, which has a profound ripple effect. And the opposite is true. If you increase taxes and whatnot, you reduce the tax base, and you have fewer revenue, less revenue to fund government programs. So it's a vicious cycle that needs to be fixed and fixed fast.
And Andrew, finally, I'm looking over the different criteria that they graded Connecticut on and all these other states. It's interesting that one of the criteria here, and maybe this has to do with lawmaking or not lawmaking, time of last call. I find that was I guess there's some fun attached to that, right, Andrew? Andrew, I'm not insinuating anything with you folks at the Yankee Institute here, but you know what I mean. Wink, wink, right?
Well, I mean, no one wants to hear closing time at 11 p.m., right? But
that's right.
I should actually mention too that this is like one way to actually fix this is by adhering to the fiscal guardrails.
Yes.
This is we've made fiscal progress since 2017 when we had that budget crisis. And these reforms have helped us from budget shortfalls and tax hikes. And it's, but the first instance that it's like, oh, we have money saved up in our reserves and et cetera, et cetera. It's like, oh, we can loosen the guardrails. It's like, no, this is it might not be fun to not spend as much as you want, but it will be beneficial in the long run. I mean, adhering to the fiscal guardrails is the surest way to promote prosperity for everyone, not just a few. It'll benefit everyone.
Absolutely. Andrew Fowler, check out his piece, part serious, part tongue-in-cheek, Connecticut's low fun rank linked to high taxes and strict regulations. Andrew, always good to have you on, man. Take care. Travel safely. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Andrew Fowler. All right, there you go. Connecticut's low fun rank linked to high taxes and strict regulations. Interesting, some of the things they looked at here. Wallet Hub did. So what they did was they looked. So by the way, in case you're wondering, we'll mention it again. How how the state fared. So Wallet Hub they rank the most fun states in America. So West Virginia was the least fun, less fun, no, not fun. They were ranked 50th. Mississippi was 49th. Rhode Island 48th, but they do have good chowder. Delaware 47th, a lot of credit card companies there. Arkansas 46, Bill Clinton, hey, how you doing, baby? Vermont 45. Melissa will like that. Alabama 44, and then comes little old Connecticut at number 43. And they looked at a bunch of factors here. I'll tell you what they looked at. They looked at they looked at entertainment and recreation. All right? And they looked at nightlife. So in a combination of entertainment and recreation and nightlife, the wonderful state, the Constitution state, the nutmeg state, we do 43rd out of 50. Maybe we can do a little better, maybe, next time. Last call. They actually weighted states on last call. Traffic and weather together right here, right now, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound New Haven, accident reported at the 91 merge on 95 north, Lower Fairfield County, well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The parkway overall is only a couple of minutes faster. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden down to the tunnel on 84 eastbound, crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing, Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision. Because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
The Connecticut Lottery reminds you that gambling can be a fun form of entertainment, but it's not risk-free. So it's important to play responsibly. Make sure you understand how the games work. Know the odds, set time limits, and take breaks. To find out more, visit ctlottery.org or responsibleplayct.org. Must be 18 or older to purchase lottery and 21 or older to place sports wagers. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-1509. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. A judge has temporarily blocked the deportation of Kilmar Abrega Garcia. He's the Salvadoran man at the center of President Trump's immigration crackdown. Legal analyst Lori Levinson.
They're going to take care of the problem of illegal immigrants by getting rid of Garcia and those people that are like him.
President Trump is touting the federal anti-crime efforts in the nation's capital.
In the last 11 days, again, I hate to say it because it sounds so ridiculous, but in the last 11 days, we've had no murders.
And now he's vowing to do the same in Chicago. Trump also said today he could meet with North Korea's president.
I look forward to meeting with Kim Jong-un in the appropriate future.
Israeli airstrikes hit a hospital in Gaza today, killing 5 journalists. The Israeli Prime Minister's office calls it a tragic mishap. On Wall Street today, stocks were lower. The Dow was off 349 points. The Nasdaq was lower by 47. CBS News Brief, I'm Cammie McCormick.
WICC 695.9, Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
Happening now, a parade to welcome back the Fairfield National Little League baseball team as they return from the Little League World Series. The town of Fairfield is hosting that parade to welcome them home. It just kicked off on the Post Road. Fairfield lost to Las Vegas on Saturday in the U.S. Championship game, ending its run for the title. Fairfield did win the consolation game yesterday, defeating Aruba to end the tournament in third place overall. It was back to school for many Connecticut school districts today. Many districts are enacting new policies this year, including storage of electronic devices such as cell phones. Yonter pouches will be used to store cell phones in districts including Wilton, Darien, and New Haven. Some school districts are still facing teacher shortages. In a conversation with WTNH-TV News 8, Waterbury Superintendent Darren Schwartz said that while the number of vacancies is down from last year, there are still some positions open.
We've actually cut the shortage of teachers from last year to this year in about half. And so we still have about 60 classroom vacancies we're still looking to fill. Last year at this time, we were up near 120. And so we're improving in that area. But if anybody is interested in coming to the Waterbury Public Schools, I think one of the best public school systems in New England, go to our website and apply.
Many districts say they are also embracing the use of AI throughout the school day. A state panel says that the Bridgeport Democratic Town Committee is still in violation of party rules. The dispute resolution panel of the Democratic State Central Committee stated that many of the issues at the hearing were the same issues at last year's hearing. The panel released a preliminary report Thursday that found the town committee is continuing to violate state party requirements by not posting meeting notices and agendas online, not updating its Facebook page since 2022, not convening a minimum of 4 times annually, and need to schedule a redo of a meeting held in May to appoint a treasurer who is not a resident of Bridgeport. Democratic Town Committee Chairman Mario Testa had said at the May meeting that, quote, operating a website is not cheap, and said that critics could file a new complaint with state Democrats. Vandals have again targeted vehicles parked at the Cherry Street Lofts in Bridgeport. Police are investigating after multiple vehicles were broken into and burglarized over the weekend. Most of the residents of the 158-unit housing complex park either on the street or in an unsecured lot. There have been multiple vehicle break-ins at the location, and police say the complex needs more secure parking. The developer says police need to conduct more patrols in the area. The Office of the State Inspector General has ruled that a Bridgeport police officer was justified in the shooting of a man that charged at him while wielding 2 knives last May. Inspector General Elliot Prescott wrote in his report that then 28-year-old Officer Israel Colon responded to a report of a man acting erratically on Birdseye Street on May 16, 2024. When he got out of his cruiser, Colon tried talking to the man, then 49-year-old Dale Stevenson, but Stevenson began sprinting at the officer while holding 2 knives over his head. After warning Stevenson many times to stop, Colon drew his weapon and fired, hitting Stevenson in the arm and leg, and he later recovered from his injuries. Prescott concluded his report by saying, quote, there is simply no doubt that this was a legally justified shooting. Federal immigration enforcement agents arrested 7 workers at a car wash in Newington. Town officials confirmed that the arrests happened Saturday morning at the Optimo car wash on Main Street. Newington police say that they were not involved with the ICE arrests and that the department was only notified afterwards as a courtesy. The car wash is in Democratic Congressman John Larson's district, and he condemns the arrests as, quote, government thuggery. This comes after ICE raids last week in various communities in what they called, quote, Operation Broken Trust. After that took place, Stamford Democratic State Representative Corey Paris posted on social media asking his followers to share any information about ICE operations with local advocacy organizations, which resulted in death threats against him. In a conversation last week with WTNH TV News 8, Republican Senate Minority Leader Steve Harding condemned threats of violence against Paris.
Regardless of what occurred or what was said by Representative Paris, nothing warrants the threats he's been receiving. It is wrong. It is terrible. It is disgusting. It is the worst of our politics, and it needs to stop.
Avon Democratic State Representative Eleni Kavros DeGraw told Channel 8 that she will continue to back the state of Connecticut's legislation limiting state cooperation with ICE.
The federal government can choose to do what they want to do, but we, me and mine, we will be standing for the people of Connecticut, regardless of their immigration status, regardless of their race, their religion, their creed.
Connecticut officials are pledging to fight President Trump's decision to halt the Revolution Wind project. The $1.5 billion project off the Rhode Island coast was approved under the Biden administration, and construction is 80% complete. An outraged Senator Richard Blumenthal says he will fight hard to save this project, which is a partnership between Connecticut and Rhode Island. Governor Ned Lamont says the decision contradicts everything the Trump administration has told him about Revolution Wind. And Niche.com released its annual ranking of the best U.S. colleges and universities for 2026, with the Connecticut school ranking number 2 overall. Yale University came in at number 2, trailing behind another New England school, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Niche also ranked Yale at the top of American colleges in the following categories: best professors, best for art, best for religious studies, and best for film and photography. I'm Chris Williams with WICC News.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 southbound New Haven accident reported at the 91 merge on 95 North Lower Fairfield County. Well over an hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The parkway overall is only a couple of minutes faster. Wilbur Cross southbound, plenty of company through Hamden down to the tunnel on 84 eastbound. Crawling along through Danbury into the Super 7. Traffic report powered by Brown Roofing. Fairfield County's premier roofing replacement, repair, and gutter contractor. Contact Brown Roofing today at brownroofing600.com. Brown won't let you down. I'm Edge Krause with WICC Traffic.
For this evening and tonight, mainly clear near 60. Tomorrow, sunny with a high near 80. On Wednesday, sunny will be in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Bjork on WICC.
If Shelton is talking about it, so is Paul. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
How about this guy? Did you see this over the weekend? This truck driver who made an illegal U-turn and ended up causing 3 people allegedly to careen into the truck, killing them. This guy's an illegal. Did you see this? And I know some people don't like when I say that. How in the hell is an illegal alien driving a semi in the United States of America? How does that happen? A truck driver, and this is CNN's version, not Fox, not Newsmax. A truck driver accused of making an illegal U-turn that killed 3 people in Florida last weekend was denied bond on Saturday. Thank God. Thank God there was a judge with a functioning brain on her shoulders that said, no, this skunk, I'm sorry, alleged skunk, is a flight risk. Unreal. The crash sparked a clash between the Department of Homeland Security and who else? Governor Gavin Newsom and his hairstylist. over Harjinder Singh, a native of India. He obtained a work permit and a driver's license in that state. The Trump White House says the guy's in the country illegally, so an illegal. And again, I think in Connecticut this happens too. How in the hell, explain to me? And again, this is why Trump wins. You people don't get it. Some of you. Explain to me how a guy is driving a semi in the country illegally, and he has a driver's license in California. That's a great idea. Whoever came up with that, that's fabulous. Singh was charged with 3 state counts of vehicular homicide and immigration violations, and he was denied bond on all charges. Good. He's being held in the St. Lucie County Jail in Florida. Good. Homeland Security spokesperson Tricia McLaughlin said issuing a commercial license to somebody in the country illegally is asinine. She's right. California is one of 19 states, in addition to D.C., that issues licenses regardless of immigration status. Supporters say that lets people work, visit doctors, and travel safely, and apparently kill people, too. Newsom's press office responded on the platform X that Singh obtained a work permit while Donald Trump was president, which McLaughlin disputed. Now, getting a work permit is different than a driver's license. Nonetheless, putting somebody, a man or woman, who is apparently unqualified, as we should see, nobody qualified in his or her mind driving an 18-wheeler, a semi like that, would have made that turn. Singh made the illegal turn on a highway about 50 miles north of West Palm Beach. According to the Florida Highway Patrol, the minivan in the neighboring lane was unable to avoid the truck's trailer and slammed into it, killing the minivan's driver and the 2 passengers. Singh and a passenger in his truck were not injured. Of course, CNN doesn't say, it's his brother, and he was an illegal, too. So there you go. All right, you want driver's licenses to get around town, to maybe, be a delivery driver or something like that. Driving a semi, my God. And again, I don't know what to tell you. You wonder why Trump ran 3 times, won twice, and would have almost won a 3rd time. 19 states, I'm pretty sure Connecticut's one of those, where illegals can get driver's licenses. And again, that's the kind of thing where I ask, so what's the value of citizenship? 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And by the way, there is video. I don't know if you saw this. There is video, and a lot of truck drivers and even drivers now have which is good. They have, I know Uber drivers do it just to make sure there's video evidence if they get robbed or held up or assaulted in any way. There is in-cab video of this guy, Harjinder Singh, making this turn with his brother there. He looks over his left shoulder. Have you seen this? He looks over his left shoulder. He sees the minivan go careening under the rig, killing 3 people. And he looks over and he has no expression. I'm not saying he did it on purpose, no, but it's just weird. Now, who knows how different people react, what he must have felt there in literally milliseconds. But did you see that video? He and his brother had no reaction. They're in the cab. He looks over his shoulder. He's trying to make that turn to his left in a highway crossover, and then bang, the minivan hits him, or hits the trailer, not the cab, and it's like, oh, look at that. And I had to watch it 2 or 3 times saying, wait a minute, did anybody alter this thing or not? So we have that really strange story from the weekend, and one that just tells you the state of the thinking of people in one of our closest allies. That's coming up right here and more. If you want to get in some last licks here, 203-333-9422, 844-942-2333-WICC.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit L&J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
This is an ad by BetterHelp. These days, it feels like there's advice for everything. Cold plunges, gratitude journals, screen detoxes. But how do you know what actually works for you? When the internet is overflowing with mental health and wellness content, figuring out what's helpful and what's not can feel overwhelming. That's why there's BetterHelp, the world's largest online therapy platform staffed entirely by qualified therapists. Real people, not AI. And with a 4.9-star rating from over 1.7 million client reviews, you can feel confident you're in good hands. With BetterHelp, you get support that's truly tailored to you, with flexible appointments, online sessions, and help from wherever you're most comfortable. Join the over 5 million people worldwide who have relied on BetterHelp for their mental health and well-being. Visit BetterHelp.com/ABC Radio for 10% off your first month. That's BetterHelp, HELP.com/ABC Radio.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is the easier ride right now. 91 southbound New Haven, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound, slow ride through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Nash Krause with WICC traffic.
Clear this evening and overnight with a low near 60. Sunny tomorrow near 80. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the mid-70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Stay connected with Paul during the show at WICC 600 on Facebook. Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
The next time you think that your freedoms are being assaulted here, they're probably not, but it's always good to keep a wary eye out. And it's always good to reflect on really how lucky we are. And you can drive up and down any street, any main highway, any side street in lower or upper Fairfield County or New Haven County, and probably in a given day see 30, 40, 50, maybe 100, depending upon where you are, American flags, maybe some Connecticut flags too, whatever. And there's usually not that much of a thought about it. But did you see what's happening in Britain? Don't know if you saw this over the weekend. And this is now catching fire or catching momentum all over Great Britain. And I'll read this version from the BBC. Now, listen to the headline here is enough to tell you that some people in Britain are like, oh, God, what is this? A story here in the BBC. This is actually now never take for granted what we have here, because listen to what makes news in England. National flags have started lining our streets. They may say something more. And Britain has two national flags, of course, the Union Jack. And they also have the I believe it's the St. Paul's flag, which I guess is the royal flag, which is the white flag with a red cross, right? And a lot of people, you probably saw this story over the weekend if you were watching any of the all news channels or if you go on to your favorite news site. There were just people putting up the Union Jack all over Britain. And it's either the St. Paul's or the St. George's flag. I'm sorry. And they're putting up these flags, and the BBC and all the media going, oh God, what's going on? St. George's flag. I'm sorry, not St. Paul. The white St. George's flag with the red cross in it. And they're popping up everywhere. Well, seems that a lot of people in the UK are starting to say, hey, all right, the multicultural thing is good, but can we just kind of do a little British and UK flex here? And apparently one thing happened here that is starting to catch on nationwide, which is interesting here. BBC writes, we're told the first flags were put up in Woley's Castle Square, responding to a story in the nearby town of Rugby, get this, about a 12-year-old girl who was prevented from making a speech about being British in her school while wearing a dress with a Union Jack theme. So apparently, and I guess this did happen because the school apologized. And this girl, for whatever reason, whether it came from mom and dad or grandma and grandpa, whatever, in England, said, I'm going to make a culturally themed speech about being British. She was wearing the outfit for the school's Culture Celebration Day, for which pupils were asked to wear cultural dress rather than school uniforms. Okay. The school has since offered, quote, unreserved apologies to the girl over the incident. My God. As the story gathered steam online, a group named the Woley Warriors was formed. Locals told us in the cafe, initially by 3 men, but now it's said to have several dozen members. In the last few weeks, it's been prolific on social media with a bold lion-themed logo, mainly being shared by individual accounts. It's a private Facebook group, 1,600 members. They have a TikTok page now, Operation Raise the Colors. In some posts, a phrase that many accounts are using alongside pictures of various flag locations. What is wrong with these people? My God, they're proud of being British. We can't have that now. Oh my God. And apparently this is like spreading all over the UK, all over Britain. Because my God, we the BBC going, oh God, we're seeing all these flags over St. George's flag and the Union Jack. Oh my God. So look, most people see an American flag. If you and I are out, I'm on the way to the station here, on the way home, whatever. And we don't think twice about it. But think about that. Our wonderful neighbors and staunch allies in the UK. It's a story now that the St. George's flag and the Union Jack are being put up all over the country. Man, oh man. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And a lot of people, too, you read, hey, a lot of Brits, a lot of the UK not happy with immigration trends. I get it. I understand it. Listen, a lot of these people say, hey, immigration is fine, but when it starts to eat away at the culture sometimes, that's when people tend to, sit there and say, well, maybe, Another story here. Is flag fever gripping the UK, the future of politics? They're worried. Oh, God. My God, these people who are proud to fly the flag. Oh, man. A distinction has been made, it says, for some in politically disgruntled circles, both here and abroad, between the nation and the state. The former identified with a beloved place, culture, people, and history, the latter with the maddening mess of bureaucrats, officials, policy, and mismanagement. So they're all, the Brits are all, they're all a quiver here. That a lot of people, and it's going to get more, saying, hey, how about we're just proud of being British? How about that? How about we as Brits not be worried about offending people and saying that flying, I mean, the poor girl, she wanted to give a presentation about being British. That's her culture, the British culture. But no, they wouldn't let her do that. But then I guess they had to apologize. Here's a picture over here. The 12-year-old who attends the Bilton School in Rugby wore the outfit, the Union Jack outfit, for Culture Celebration Day. Her father said, my daughter felt like there was an issue. She felt like it was something she shouldn't have done. That's what's wrong about the whole situation. Her father said in a Facebook post he picked his daughter up early from school after it happened. Discussing the reaction to the incident, he said he had messages of support from across the globe. Quote, I've had hundreds of people reach out to me from all over the UK, as well as Australians, Polish people, and people from America, all reaching out. And there's a common thing. He says, quote, we should be able to send our kids to school to celebrate British culture and history. Oh, be careful, Dad. Oh, the Labor Party, the lefties, they ain't going to. And, of course, somebody would read this and say, well, of course, he's white. The white colonialist. I'm sorry. I cannot poke fun at this. This is, you know what? The worst stuff is the stuff that you read you think is satire and is not. Because the poor girl wore a Union Jack dress. So again, folks, as bad as you think it is here, it's not. We're fine. Traffic and weather together. Wrap it up on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 northbound, a solid hour from Greenwich to Bridgeport. The Parkway overall is the easier ride right now. 91 southbound New Haven, you're jamming from exit 6 down through the merge and through Long Wharf. 84 eastbound slow ride through Danbury and Newtown. I'm Mitch Krause with WICC traffic.
Sunny and delightful this afternoon. It'll be in the upper 70s to near 80 and a breeze light out of the west. Partly cloudy this evening and overnight in the mid-50s. On Wednesday, sunny with a high in the upper 70s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Connecticut is a state full of natural beauty. Why not enjoy it from a boat? Get your official Connecticut Boater's Certificate with Connecticut Boating Certificates virtual classes. Connecticut Boating Certificates is offering live online classes on Saturdays as a one-day class or 2 evening classes during the week. Online registration takes about 2 minutes. Visit ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com and take advantage of these limited live online classes today. That's ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart Sellers Ask. Is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Connecticut Today with Paul Pacelli.
All right, so I scrolled down and I found the part of this British girl's speech that probably got her in trouble. They probably read it and said, no, dear, you cannot deliver this. About half, it's like a half-page thing. She wrote a few paragraphs, but here's the part that really, I guess, drove her school nuts. She said being British is also the way we speak, our humor, our values of fairness and politeness, and the mix of old traditions and new ideas. Okay, what's wrong with that? Well, get this paragraph. But sometimes at school we only hear about the other cultures, which is great because learning about different countries is interesting and important, but it can feel like being British doesn't count as a culture just because it's the majority. Oh, boy. Can't let her do that. Oh, should we call her father now? Yes. Chris Williams, thank you, folks. Drive carefully. 2 hands on the wheel, as Mom used to say. Chew good. God willing, back tomorrow, bright and early at 2.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
Is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Cammie McCormick. The president says he's weighing sending troops to Chicago to assist in fighting crime.
They need help badly. Chicago desperately needs help.
I'm Matt Piper.
Mr. President, do not come to Chicago.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker calls President Trump's potential plan an overreach and a manufactured crisis.
This is not about fighting crime. This is about Donald Trump searching for any justification to deploy the military in a blue city, in a blue state, to try and intimidate his political rivals.
Pritzker says